Comrades, it's been a young minute, but we are back. We are online, and we're going to be rocking today with the PNXBET Invitational. Got ourselves LilGun taking on the side of Motivate Trust Gaming. Sorry for the delay in beginning the game, everybody, but we are now out here. We're now rocking. We're doing the thing. I just forgot to do one last thing. All right, cool. Tweet sent. Due diligence complete and done. So now we can focus almost entirely on the game itself. So, as stated, we got ourselves Motivate Trust Gaming taking on the side of LilGun. Looking at the drafts right now between the two squads, Motivate Trust Gaming definitely the team that need this early laning phase to go not necessarily amazingly for them, but they definitely do not want to be entering into the mid-game portion of this situation, of this particular tie, behind on levels. They need to be in a situation where they can compete, because a lot of their damage is going to be coming not necessarily from their itemization, but from them being able to pick up the necessary levels. LilGun, of course, they need more farm than anything else to be effective in this game, but right now seems to be going okay for them. This early laning phase, we do see that there might be a quick kill here on the top lane. Hishki trying to run himself away, but did manage to walk away with the kill onto set 0. You always feel really good about the situation when you're the one that can create those early kills, walk away without any real concern and no real problems anywhere else on the map. So nice kill to have happen. Gonna open up a little bit more space for Marvel in this laning situation. We do see that they managed to take out the Faceless Void. What? They don't even have Ravage mid lane. Also, the boat crashes onto X123 and Fearless with set 0. Able to make some massive plays happen in the mid lane and in tandem with some amazing things happening down bottom. Man, MTG in a situation, in a position right now where they definitely will be feeling themselves after that initial salvo of spells, that initial roundup of situation. So this is good stuff. This is good times for them. The primary question ultimately is whether or not we feel that in this game, the most appropriate thing for the side of MTG is going to continue to be just getting these early kills, which probably will be. It'll be fine. Everything will be a-okay. Right now, though, MTG also getting a lot of farm done on the Kunkka and with Jackie. It's not like it's all gloom and doom here for LilGun. This Pugna's off to a fantastic start. He's going to be able to get this early Aetherlands, become quite effective for his team in the earlier portion of the game. The Pugna in particular is going to be quite important, given that he's the only real source of pushing for the side of LilGun. So they can't really afford to be in a situation where that particular hero isn't the hero that gets very far ahead, isn't the hero that is being supported by the rest of the team to ensure that he's able to come out, push down these towers, just apply pressure on the map. Ace 12 right now might find himself losing his life. Bushwhack, hold him to a corner. Will the Torrent connect? Yes, it will. X marks the spot, will be there, and Fearless will just make sure that he gets the kill. Attempted Icarus dive from Ace 12 will not be successful. I mean, he did have to try, right? It's a little bit unfortunate that that's the situation. Mr. Cowardly Dog, what's going on? What's cracking? What's heard? You alright? You doing good? Oh yeah, I should actually let people on Discord know. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. we're back in the situation. You know, I'm just trying to think right now about who is better served by this somewhat slower pace of this early game. Definitely do think MTG is still in a better position, but they also have a little bit rougher of a time making their presence felt until they at the very least get more itemization out of their their Tidehunter, excuse me. They don't really get more of that itemization. They're really stuck with Fearless being the only one that opens up fights for them. Not to say that these both torrent combos cannot be effective, but they will need a little bit more. The situation does bode well for LilGun because they definitely do not want to have this early game with them falling behind on experience because they have all their towers pushed in before they can fight. And as well, the MTG fighting potential is way better than their pushing potential. Their ability to take down towers in this game is, yeah, not the greatest, not the best, not aces, not number one, but they're out here. Do you see the Phoenix getting taken out in the bottom lane? They posted up Ace 12 underneath the tier 1 so that he can be the one to get all the experience, get closer to level 6. Top, Marvel, almost gonna kill set 0 and gonna be able to bring him down. Very nicely done here. This Timber Sword, despite being posted up on 2v1, and it's not the easiest 2v1 for a Tidehunter to, I'm saying Tidehunter now, Timber Sword to be in that situation, but makes it work, comes away with the kill, and Jackie alone can no longer pressure Marvel, especially since you've already got the Timber Chain, 3 points into, or 1 point Chakram, 4 points reactive armor. Even with an Ursa, it's very difficult to imagine killing you. Masoros. Now that he's taken out the tier 1 tower bottom, Faceless Void obviously has no space. He's already moved to the jungle, but now has to also move to the western part of the map. No availability to play normally into the jungle right here. We do see Ace 12. Just gonna be still trying to get level 6. Almost there. Right around the corner. Marvel probably gonna end up dead here. This time around, Fearless gonna join his compatriots in the top lane, and they won't commit everything, and they should have enough for this. Torrent, the overpower, lots of right clicks, glimpse back to ensure the Timber Chain will not be a saving grace, and Marvel ends up getting taken down. And oh, nice Chrono showing up. 2 heroes caught inside it. Hishki going to be able to ensure that they get the follow-up chain disable onto Fearless, and they secure that kill. And next 1, 2, 3 with the mana drain, they actually get enough for a double kill here. Mana drain, life drain, all the drains work out in LilGun's favor. They try to get some revenge by bringing down this Faceless Void, but with X 1, 2, 3 and Hishki there, they end up getting the life of Q as well. It's a triple kill for this Pugna. Masoros and Jackie came a little bit closer, potentially to try and follow up and find some revenge. They will not be able to do so though, and the Pugna will take his triple kill and walk away safely. Marvel also shows up. Actually, they might turn this around. Masoros is the one that's in danger again, goes in for the Ravage, and it does catch multiple heroes, but he dies to the Finger of Death. Set 0 tries to follow that up with the Static Storm, and 2 heroes caught inside the kinetic field. It will at the very least lead to X123 being killed by Fearless, but it might be the only real gain here for MTG. Hishki getting the Hexes out onto Fearless buys enough time for everybody else to escape. Might still get brought down here. The shadows from Q ticking him down, but the fight itself quite good for Motivate at the very end there, despite the fact that early on it was amazing for LilGun, but the net change after getting that triple kill and some change because of that performance from the Pugna, certainly going to be a team fight win for LilGun in the grand scheme of things. Also, I think it's very important that they were able to involve their Faceless Void, who hasn't necessarily been having the best of games. If he's not in that situation helping to get those kills, then there's a lot of farm that he's not really getting on the map. Hasn't finished off the Maelstrom just yet, so quite behind in terms of farming capability in this game. You see, even start blocking some of these camps just to try and give a fighting chance to Void. Make sure that this MTG side aren't going to have as much free ability to stack up those Ancients for Kunkka to farm later, or even for Tidehunter to farm. Hell, even for Ursa to farm. He's deviated from this Diffusal Blade build, which has become the force de jure normal build. gone back in for that Battle Fury. So Jackie making sure he's going to be able to keep pace with the farm of this Faceless Void, which is quite important, right? You never really want to be in the situation where you are being ran out in the game primarily because you don't have an ability to keep up and farm with the Void. But now not only do you have that ability, you're going to end up eclipsing the Void because he had such a rough start and is still so far away from his own farming item. Set Zero will now become aware of the blockage of this camp. We'll be able to remove the offending ward. Fearless ports top, and he has an orchid here. He's already deployed it out onto the Kunkka, and I wonder if they can get this kill. Yeah, they got him. Wow. Soul Burn, Earnest Shadows afterwards, Torrent, Bushwhack, no escape for a Pugna. And he does not have access to Yule Scepter or BKB or anything like that. So anytime that that combo starts to land, it pretty much guarantees that it's going to succeed. Now that they've lost the tier 1 tower in the top lane though, I think MTG were primarily just invested in maybe finding a quick kill before having to retreat deeper into their side of the map. I don't think they're really intent on playing anything beyond this outpost for a while anyway. And besides, they still really want to defend their own tier 1 tower in the mid lane. And Marvel might get me dragged back here, dragged onto the higher ground. There's going to be a static storm, no more spells coming out of the Timber Saw. He's in a lot of danger here. Will he end up losing his life? Yes, he will. Taken out before he can Timber Chain away to safety. But at the same time though, Hishki and the gang end up getting an assassination out onto Jackie, catching him farming inside this Radiant jungle. And because of the maneuvers that were happening in the mid lane, LilGun were 100% confident that this Ursa would not have assistance. And indeed he does not. They end up taking him down. Who got the last hit there? Hishki, right? Quite a bit of gold. It would have been a lot better if one of the cores was able to pick it up, but the important thing is that the gold was accrued, the hero was killed, and time was purchased for the Faceless Void. Because the way things are standing right now, MTG are very happy to hold this particular status quo for quite some time. There's not that big of a concern that they're worried about this game. Masoro's trying to run down this Phoenix, and Supernova will get popped. It might actually end up triggering onto Masoro's. I don't think they'll have the damage to get this kill though. Marvel shows up to try and help them with that. And yeah, ends up just being a Supernova for survival. Ultimately successful though. Mid lane. Going on Marvel again, but they know this time around that there's a lot more allies behind him, and it's very unlikely they can make Lightning Strike twice and kill him. Even though Set Zero just got back the Static Storm, doesn't really feel like a worthwhile endeavor. Besides, you just got a Blink Dagger now for the Tidehunter. So before going for your next fight, you presumably wait, group up with the team, smoke up as a full unit, and then start to move out onto the map. Ace. Let me get silenced up here. Drag back. Ah, he's just dying. They don't really care about this. Like, they were, I think, the primary objective here for LilGun. If this tier 1 tower top stays alive longer, they don't really care about losing it as much, but it does provide a very useful resource in directing where MTG can go on the map. So LilGun has provided its Phoenixes that are dying in those circumstances and not the Pugna or the Faceless Void. It's acceptable for them, especially since Void, with this Maelstrom that he picked up a bit ago, is going to start farming quite a lot. This Ursa's position in the net worth is not going to be safe long term against this Faceless Void. For MTG, it's going to be extremely important to sort of keep the equilibrium on the map in their favor. And that's going to mean not losing the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, or any of them in fact. Doing so against this Pugna is going to put them on the back foot, and they really can't afford that. Speaking of Pugna, we do see that some Nether Shores were picked up by both teams. I wonder who's gonna grab it for MTG. Maybe you give it to one of the supports, or do you want it to have to... Cook has got a fairy trinket. I don't know if I want to replace that. I mean, I'll probably replace the fairy trinket, it's fine, right? This feels so good. This nether shawl against the Pugna. Pugna's already sitting wearing his own one. Being like, I don't know what you want from me, man. Of course I'm gonna be the one that rocks the nether shawl. And they give the other one to the Tidehunter. Masoros. Gonna reveal this Blink Dagger in the mid lane, and they have the spells out again that they used to kill the Tidehunter or the Tidehunter last time, and they're gonna succeed potentially in doing so again. The Sharpshooter from Q makes the big difference. Supernova on the high ground, but the Supernova is gonna get destroyed very easily and very early on. They could not protect it very well in that situation, and now the Chrono though will come and connect yet again onto 2, but the counter ravage from Masoros bursts through X123 and isolates this faceless void. He tries to escape, but unfortunately dragged back into the middle of the fight, and Nomlog taken down, removed from play. 4 heroes have fallen, and MTG, after rinsing the fight, will just stream into the Roshan pit to collect the reward of a free Aegis. And Hishki, ooh, very nice Earth Spike on the 3. Thought that the Roshan was lower than it actually was. So there's not going to be a potential steal here. Instead, it's just going to be a quick kill onto this Rosh. Goes down. Hishki will follow him. And it looks like MTG, unfortunately for the side of LilGun, they're going to get this Aegis. Jackie's going to pick it up. Still manage to keep the tier 1 tower alive. Still not lose anything on the map, and continuing to outpace every hero on the side of LilGun. And what's becoming really concerning as well is that despite having all these big teamfight spells, the Chronosphere, the young Supernova, having access to the Timbersaw running rampant in the middle of the fight, LilGun just unable to really all put it together in the middle of these larger engagements. So MTG walking away with the teamfight successes for the most part. Both now flying forward, and they find X123. Ace is gonna get dragged back to this Phoenix, down for the count. And yet another time where 2 heroes fall quite quickly, and this will finally allow MTG to push for the tower. That's the one major drawback of their draft. They pretty much have to dominate a fight first before they have the capability of pushing down any structures. But clearly, it is very, very effective. Hey boys, hey boys. We see now yet another jump into this mid lane as Jackie getting a quick kill onto Marvel. This game's over actually, it feels like. 11k net worth lead for MTG at this point. Part of the problem is that we were speaking about it earlier in the drafting phase, that for them to be able to feel stronger in the fight, LilGun are going to be relying on heavy itemization. For MTGs, of course, them being able to pick up the necessary experience and just feeling far ahead, their levels will carry them through a lot of what they need to do in the fights. And for LilGun, oh god, they might have found Nomlog. They got him. Try to TP out. Torrent will be there to interrupt. There's the boat. X marks the spot, will be there. They could catch him with the soul burn, and they drag him back with this young glimpse, but they haven't found the kill just yet. Nomlog might be able to survive this. Jumps in, gets a Chronosphere actually, maybe looking to try and get a kill before he gets taken down, but will not be able to get it even onto set 0. I'm kind of surprised that he made that jump. At this point in time, they didn't have glimpse anymore. He could have actually jumped deeper into the trees where they don't have vision of him. Regrettably, wow, okay. That situation, I honestly feel that Nomlog could have survived that, but ends up not being the case. Gets taken down, and now LilGun, despite their faces Void actually being in a situation where he's top of their own farm. Ooh, Jackie pops BKB just as Hishki gets onto vision of him. That might have been so dangerous for this Ursa, but the 9-second BKB ends up protecting his life. Leads to a kill onto Hishki, and they might try and run down Marvel as well. They have a glimpse though, set 0, dragging him back. The Timbersaw Still on full HP though, so it's still going to be quite difficult for them to bring him down in this situation. He's running though, drawing the entire team towards him. Fearless running up. Do they have the vision? Masoros finds him in the trees. He's trying to get himself away, but there's just no way to do this forever. Eventually they're going to catch you, my friend, and Q there with the sharpshooter and the break applied easily secures the kill onto the Timbersaw. The part of the issue as well is that because they've got these double BKBs and Masoros sitting with this full pipe of insight, LilGun have very few ways to actually secure this fight early. They somehow have to bait these BKBs out, fight around them until they expire, and then still be able to come back into the fray. And part of that reason is because Void, he's the only one that can really help them when the BKB is up. But his own farm has been struggling so much that he doesn't feel comfortable just sitting by and thwacking someone who has BKB active unless they're inside Chrono. Speaking of Chrono, Hishki, oh, he's just gonna get himself killed here. Jackie gonna be able to take him out, but they're fighting here on the high ground potentially. Fearless looking for X123, able to find him, and they are able to drag him back for that kill. Q on an unstoppable streak, chasing for more, looking for Marvel. Another X marks the spot, will be there from Fearless. As soon as it comes back off cooldown, applied once again onto the opponents, dragging back Marvel. That's another 3 kills that LilGun have to suffer the indignity of, and Motivate Trust Gaming. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Right now, they are just feeling like there is pretty much nothing that can be done by LilGun. Every single fight they've taken, even if they're targeting some of these weaker heroes, they just don't have the punch to kill them quickly and still have enough in the tank to pose a viable threat towards any of these cores. They've been held at 9 kills for a very long time in this game. Ishki blinking towards this mid lane. They do get a quick grab. Oh, Mathoros with the jump in. Ravage catches on to 3. Hishki gonna be the first one to die because of it. Faces Void will try and escape from this fight. Glimpse back though into the Static Storm, and here comes Fearless as well. But BKB can be popped by the Void. Wants to try and turn things around. Does still have Chrono. Marvel helping to get the kill onto this Disruptor, and with the buyback from Hishki, Motivate Trust potentially comfortable just letting this fight go. Marvel diving a little bit too deep into the... Sorry, y'all. It looks like I had a little bit of an internet hiccup. So, restoring connection to Dota 2. My bad. You know these things happen. These things occur. These unfortunate scenarios do indeed take place. And, okay, back in the game now. Let's see how things have been faring. I just quickly stole the camera from our main man because I thought we had a fight here, but we do not, so we'll go back to the free cam. Faces Void. Pops Chrono. Okay, trying to box and trying to beef with this Ursa. And they're going to try and use the Supernova as well to try and ensure that they can lay over their stuns. There's going to be the Hex out onto him. And Rage is on from Jackie. Does not have the BKB active anymore though. Going to try and run away from this engagement. Slowed down. Brought down. And though Q tried to assist with the Bushwhack, not going to be able to keep him down long term. That is pretty big there. They get the Ursa kill, and while we were offline, it looks like Kunkka ended up dying as well. Hishki getting a catch and a kill potentially onto Q. This Hoodwink though should be okay. Turning around now, they get the Bushwhack out onto this Lion. Set 0 wants to be nearby to help kill, and indeed with this Thunder Strike, they get the vision to find the kill indeed, and Revenge might be on here from MTG. They're trying to chase forward for it, but with X123 TPing out, Ace diving away, and Marvel timber chaining to safety, MTG will not be able to keep this pursuit up. This is something that is pretty cool, is that LilGun, oh, we actually do get a drag back. They do not have access to BKB just yet from the Void. Void's in trouble. Void's gonna cop a boat. Void's gonna die. Man, that chase from their side of the map, and he didn't know it wasn't safe to farm, but it just was not. End up losing their life there. Marvel getting chased down in the mid lane as well. Fearless going to be able to put him into the torrent. He's still alive for now though. The timber chain doesn't connect. Won't be able to get away to safety. Fearless with a double kill. Both kills being major core heroes on the side of LilGun. That's pretty huge because LilGun earlier on being able to find this kill here onto the Ursa, bringing down the Kunkka as well, sort of changes the game for them. Opens up so many opportunities. Primarily just for uninterrupted and unencumbered time to get farm properly on this Faceless Void. Finish off the Eye of Scotty. BKB, Maelstrom with the Mask of Madness clearly isn't cutting it. And they desperately want this additional itemization on X123 as well. But MTG just too strong. Whenever the fight doesn't start off favorably from the jump from LilGun, it seems like side of MTG just going to be able to turn things around every single time. Now here they are, yet another Aegis for the Ursa. She's comfortably sitting on this Kunkka for Fearless. The way this game doesn't change drastically, right? It's obviously going to be an MTG favored game, not just because of how far ahead they are in farm, but look at the experience as well. 20k plus experience in MTG's favor in a game where LilGun desperately cannot afford to be the team that's behind on experience. But at least not this far behind. You somewhat expect this MTG lineup to be further ahead on XP, but the gap that's actually being presented is fairly extreme. Void is cracking on, breaking into level 20. Erstwhile, there's 3 heroes on the side of MTG that have achieved this for themselves. Tidehunter went ahead and got himself the bonus Kraken Shell block. What did Ursa get? Ah, of course, we got the Fury Swipes. Doesn't need the range resistance because he just has BKB. BKB with 1 Enrage is more than fine in this game. And we'll talk about what's happening on the rest because they're now smoked up here. Oh no, Void jumped into the get the rune as soon as they showed up from the side of MTG. Oh my god. X123 as well. Caught nearby. He's gonna get brought down too. Tries to life drain to stay alive. Not gonna be good enough. Monster kill streak right now for Q. Oh no. Void. Void, 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 void. Hey, young Pango, you out here, fam? Things are okay, dude. Things are okay. Just trying to get back into life, you know? Just trying to get back into life. For those of you who do not know, I was befallen by many tragedies in the last couple of weeks, and they seem to be unceasing. But nonetheless, we are out here doing the Dota, we're doing the thing, making the hype happen. High ground push is taking place. MTG gonna try and utilize the time they have with both Void and Pugna being in the grave. No buyback available for either at this point. And with the 2 biggest heroes of LilGun not able to help in defending the base, they will end up losing this lane of racks in its entirety. Taken down, taken out. MTG no longer have to be concerned about this mid lane. Now that they see that the Void as well as Pugna have respawned, potentially they try to back. And LilGun do not want to give them that opportunity though. Smoking up. Gonna try and head out and catch any of the stragglers from MTG. It's a good potential for a Chrono here onto Fearless and Masoros if they can find it with the Void. Unfortunately, the potential is now gone. Oh, blink forward. Very nice. They're making sure to separate nicely from each other though. Fearless pops the cheese. Oh, Chrono comes out, but it dodges. Nicely done by Kunkka to stay alive there. Hishki also going to find himself getting taken out by Jackie. Supernova will end up popping Ace 1, 2, 3, stunning several heroes, but now that the BKB is the only thing available for 11, this Void, can he do this all by his lonesome? Ends up losing Marvel as well, trying to jump away, trying to BKB, TP out. Will be able to do so, but the rest of his team will still get eviscerated, and 4 heroes will fall. Ends up being a massive team wipe. GG well played as called in the midst of the fight. As MTG, they kind of forced LilGun into a desperate situation. LilGun are aware in that final fight that, look, if we don't actually move out of the space right now and try and take the fight aggressively on the map, then we've actually lost the game. The way things are looking for us, there's no possibility of us being able to push things back if we just let the status quo remain the same. There's very little avenues for us to grab farm on the map. There's very few places for us to be able to find
significantly decent team fights that benefit us. Not just fights where we get a kill or two, but fights where we're positioned to get an objective on the map. We don't have any map control. We don't have any way to secure any positioning to push down these towers and use this Pugner to get objectives on the map. So not surprised they GG out at the end, because MTG just had the entire map on lock. Very little got achieved by this Void, unfortunately. And it's not completely his fault, right? Given the dynamics of this game, the only real damage sources that they had besides his magic damage is the Timbersaw, but everybody buys BKBs on the side of MTG. Then what are you supposed to do? How on earth are you supposed to actually do everything as the Void when nobody on your team can realistically do damage for most of the fight? So just too difficult at the end of the day. Do definitely think this was an outdraft, and MTG end up walking away victorious and successful after game one in the situation. Massive lead towards the end there, and look at that gold lead, my god. Even Tidehunter so much further ahead than Void. Hell, the Hoodwink had more overall farm than the Timbersaw did. You know it's a rough game, you know it's a difficult one, but also, it's only game one. It's only game one, it's all good. So they're going to be able to come back, I imagine. At the very least with clearer heads, even if not with necessarily a clearer strategy. Game one, you've taken on the beast, it's happened now. It is what it is. You already know what MTG can do. Let's see if you can come back into this one. So do have a small break in between the games. I believe the next lobby is already up, right? There we go. Almost full right now. So LilGun and the side of MTG will be continuing to play here in the PNXBET Invitational. This is just the group stages. We're not at the point just yet where we're in playoff territory. And also something else to remember, that for both of these teams, they have to also keep in mind that one team gets eliminated from the group. It's 5 teams in each group. Currently, as it stands, MTG are second in that group, having drawn out an earlier series. But LilGun, this is their first series. And you definitely do not want to take a loss coming into your first BO2 series. So, and they're BO2s, by the way. It's BO2, so you can achieve a draw. We'll see what happens in game 2. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked right here with your boy. For those of you here for the first time, hello, greetings. Come say hi in chat, come say what's up. Make sure that you are following the stream as well. And if you're enjoying yourself a little bit more than that, make sure to become a supporter by either popping over to the Patreon, becoming a PayPal supporter, or subscribing here on Twitch. Every single moment of help, every iota of it, especially right now, because if I'm on, this shit's fucked right now, but with y'all's help, hopefully it gets slightly more unfucked as time goes on. So game 1 done, game 2 coming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back to Snare Casting with your boy. It's me. Hello. Back here for game number 2 here in the PNXBET Invitational. For the C region, we've got ourselves LilGun taking on MTG Motivate Trust Gaming. A team which disappointed a lot of us when it comes to their performance at the major. I will be honest. At the TI qualifiers, let's just say, yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great, the things we saw from Jackie and the gang, but we're here. We're in this now. We're going to be looking now towards game number 2, see if this is going to be a victory for the side of LilGun. Game 1 did go the way of MTG, despite not seeing the score put up right here. That was the result. So, we'll see whether or not LilGun can bring this one back. They had access to the first pick in this game, having banned AA as well as the Hoodwink from Q. MTG took out Broodmother Nyx, and we see LilGun going back for this Lion pick as their first overall pick. So Hishki going to be reprising his role on that, I imagine. MTG responded with the Disruptor Mars, but the intriguing pick of the draft so far is this Brewmaster. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. I'm wondering what they're going to put, what else they're going to put in the game for like further team fight and initiation, or if they're just going to not worry about that and just completely tank up, you know, get strong enough that they can provide this massive anchor to fight around. So I'm looking potentially to see heroes like DP, like Leshrac with Abaddon. Especially because nowadays the build for Brewmaster doesn't necessarily buy Blink Dagger. So given that you're not going to have that super easy initiation, you ideally want heroes that don't have to worry about whether or not the fight starts with them initiating or not. MTG though definitely will have the aggressive posturing down pat. Will be quite a bit problematic for LilGun to actually hold them in position and fight them, just because of how quickly it'll be that MTG just immediately jump on you, eviscerate you. We still have the silence tool against Brewmaster, so he actually has to play very carefully in the fight. If he ever gets caught out, it's really bad for LilGun, because he's probably going to be the bulk of their team fight capability. We'll see what else they put into their draft here from LilGun, having banned the Jug, Lifestealer, and Terrorblade here in the second phase, making sure that Jackie is not going to have a super favorable matchup. Look at this ban from MTG. They take out the Meepo. They're like, nah, ka. They're like, nah, ka. We know what's up here. We know what's cracking. We know what's up the way, what's about to go down. So let us not concern ourselves with having to deal with any of these cheese picks. So no Husk, no Meepo. Even to some degree, no overwhelming push from the Lycan. And they'll come back for the Rubik in the 4th position. Not necessarily a hero that is well beloved at present in this position. Also, something that's a little bit peculiar here is that MTG are not playing with Lionax today. I don't know if Set Zero is a new member of the team or if he's just standing in for Lionax today. In the same vein and the same fashion that I'm not sure whether or not for the side of LilGun, Sanctity is just hiding his tag underneath that Nomlo name, or if that's just a new player in general. This is going to happen a lot in the run-up to TI and beyond, that until things start to settle down, okay, let's actually be real, until Valve registration forces you to stay with one team, we're going to see scenarios like this happen all the time. So it will definitely be intriguing to see how teams respond. MTG, after their Rubik pick, LilGun responded by getting the Luna. So they are going to be playing around this one bigger hero. Luna seems to... Luna's not always the hero that you want as the big centerpiece. You still want at least one other hero that can stand in front of her. Brewmaster can help you in that regard, but I still want at least one deeper target. Maybe like a Dragon Knight or something. I think DK could definitely work here. Give you the instant stun versus the Ember Spirit. The lane itself goes fine versus that hero. They don't have that much amazing burst on the side of MTG to deal with you as DK. And if you go ahead and buy a BKB, you are at this point effectively immortal in the fights. MTG still setting up for a very nice hero pick for Jackie. Lost This Ember Spirit gives them so much pace in this mid game on the side of MTG. They can just collapse on you, even though they have this Brewmaster here. MTG can get to the Luna. A little bit more difficult to achieve that now that Monkey King has been picked up now by LilGun. I imagine the rationale behind picking the hero is twofold, right? Firstly, it gives you an additional AoE ultimate that you can utilize in the team fights to make it difficult for MTG to directly challenge you. And I do believe the Wukong's command statues, the damage can go inside the Arena of Blood. So even if you're outside the arena, you trigger Wukong's command, it can have an impact on the fight inside the arena as well, provided that the positioning of the ultimate is good enough, of course. So that's the one thing that they get, and the dual track of having an extremely good lane against the Ember Spirit. So if they end up challenging each other in that situation, and that is the mid lane matchup, then Monkey King more times than not comes away favored. The matchup isn't as rough as it used to be, in the sense that Ember Spirit used to get completely dumpstered. It was terrible, but nowadays it's just highly favored for the Monkey King, but Ember Spirit can still play the lane itself. Also, from what we saw in the previous game, I'm kind of feeling that I'm definitely giving an advantage towards Fearless over X123. Nonetheless though, this is a hero that, provided they still have it nearby or have Wukong's available, you can protect Luna by making it, like, just imagine trying to get onto Luna with Wukong's going, Eclipse going, feels like a bit much. Still though, I want a hero now for the 4 position. For further getting involved, maybe even pick like ET. Yeah, get me Elder Titan. With Luna Monkey King, ET could really do a number on this game, and it gives you another super tanky hero that can move at the forefront of the fight. You buy like Aghanim Scepter or Shard eventually in this game, and things start to look really good for you. They can play the ET in the 5 position as well and have the Lion be the 4 to rush the Blink Dagger a little bit faster for them. Generally, it is Lion or our boy Hishki who plays the 5 position, but they could swap Ace 12 onto the Lion. I mean, Ace 12's Phoenix is also still available, but I mean, Phoenix is not terrible here. They could go Phoenix again. They go Underlord here, so this Brewmaster is actually their 4 position. I don't mind this as much. 4 position Brew is fine in my opinion, especially given that this hero honestly just needs Aghanim Scepter. Like, Aghanim Scepter, Aeon Disc, you're good to go for the most part as Brewmaster. Everything else is just a bonus after that. And of course, having this last pick of the Underlord, it gives them an aura builder for the game. It gives them a hero. Like I was mentioning how a little bit concerned I am that they don't have a hero that gets in front of the Luna, and now they do. Underlord definitely fixes that issue for you. Beyond that, you also have a hero who is very difficult to fight into in the big team fights when he has heroes like Monkey King, Brewmaster around him. So much chaos that you don't always notice the damage scaling of Firestorm, the irritation of the root, especially against heroes like this Ember Spirit in this game, definitely can be effective. But this is a very intriguing last pick from the side of MTG. They get the Jackie Drow Ranger in a game where they know Brewmaster is playing the 4 position rather than playing in the off lane, so his farm is going to be disrupted. Well, disrupted is the wrong word, but he's not going to get that farm. They know that it's an off lane Underlord, not necessarily a hero that buys those active items to get the team forward, and they know that they're playing into a Monkey King in the mid lane who doesn't want to be, he's not an Ember Spirit or a Void Spirit or a Storm Spirit, for example, or a Queen of Pain or something, where he feels comfortable getting into the backlines of the engagement to try and hunt down these Drow Ranger style heroes. He's not going to be able to do that, which in effect means that Jackie ultimately has a free draw game. This is a really good draw game. Yo, if you haven't made your prediction or your bet, plot twist, you should bet for MTG because whew. That being said though, actually hold on, before you do that though, right, as much as this is going to be a very free Drow Ranger game, the rest of the lineup I do think is dealt with in many respects by the LilGun draft. I do think they have enough tankability between the Brew Underlord with enough aura building that they should be able to survive most team fights against the arena. They have a good lane against the Ember Spirit.
They have the capability of allowing Luna to get a lot of farm because the lane Mars Disruptor or Mars Rubik, neither of those two lanes can zone out a Luna no matter how they decide to pull out the lanes. So it's actually going to come down to these carries. Luna versus Draw Ranger. That is going to be a fun one. Let's go. Let's go. So will it be this Luna draw from LilGun coming back to get a draw in their opening matchup here? Or will it be the side of MTG pulling out their first win? Or are they going to be destined for yet another draw in the situation? Let's find out together. Is game number 2 now underway? Game number 2 with a game 1 victory having gone the way of the side of MTG. We have, of course, a signature pause to start the... I mean, is it even Dota 2 if you don't have this early pause, fam? Is it even Dota 2? Oh, the Jägermeister is out here. Jägermeister's out here. Shout out Class the Jäger. Everybody should know that Class Jäger right there, the Jägermeister, is a royalty right now in the Dota 2 mod world. What a legend.
This was over.
If you've watched any big tournament in the last couple of months and your chat has been clean and you've enjoyed yourself, you're welcome. You should be thanking Class the Jäger right now. MTG, as mentioned, I am definitely expecting this draw to be the primary linchpin of their draft. If it all works out and it all comes together, it will come down to the performance of Jackie. And there are some difficulties presented to Jackie, right? In particular, Fearless is not going to have the best Ember Spirit game. One of the reasons I also really love this last pick, Underlord, is now there's very few vulnerabilities of heroes that instantly get jumped on by Ember and die. Like Underlord doesn't die like that. Brewmaster will be able to always use Split. There's a lot of chain disable from Hishki. Unless this Ember is super over leveled, Lion will be able to hold out and buy time for his team. Of course, we're expecting this Monkey King to have a really good laning phase versus Fearless. So MTG are not gonna be able to, at least I don't think, on the balance of the draft, emerge into the mid game in as dominant a position as they did in game 1. Just because the laning situation is not going to be nearly as favorable as it was in game 1. Also, I will admit I am very skeptical about having Rubik in the game as opposed to having a hero like Hoodwink. Having a hero like Hoodwink does enable and allow for far more activity on the map in a way that Rubik just doesn't. Also, not the most amazing spells to be stolen here. Of course, anything from Lion is incredible. You're not supposed to get Brew Split, right? Everything else kind of sucks for Rubik. I mean, Root is nice, but... I mean, ideally you get Firestorm, can go farm camps, get Blink Dagger faster. You don't really want Eclipse or Lucent Beam. Lucent Beam's interesting, but it's not that incredible. Until you get like 4 points into Arcane Supremacy, then Lucent Beam becomes insane. And of course, there's no point getting Jingu Mastery. There's no point getting the ultimate here. I mean, Boundless Strike's okay, but this is the only real major spell that the Rubik can get that makes him feel like, oh god, this is so broken, would be later levels of Lion spells, Brew Split, anything else. Honestly, like, I feel like Q did so much in game 1 on the Hoodwink. Like so much. So his impact is definitely going to be felt lacking in this game. In particular, the break mechanic that he kept providing to the Timber helped him get quite a lot of kills. Rubik can't really do that for you. And also, just beyond the steals not being that incredible, these heroes are not afraid of Rubik. If I'm playing Monkey King, Luna, Underlord, like seriously, any of these core heroes, I am not worried about a Rubik in this game whatsoever. Both MK as well as this Luna are obviously going to be building BKBs at some point, so the effectiveness of the spells won't bother them. The teamfight prowess of Ace 12 is the only thing that might be impacted, but that all comes down to how he's able to play out the hero. Still just have a bit of a long pause here. Set 0 needs to reconnect to the game.
this disruptor needs to do quite a lot in a lot of these fights, right? They don't actually have that many amazing team fight spells on the side of MTG. They have what? They have Arena, and they'll have this big Static Storm kinetic field follow-up to the Arena, but that in large measure is going to require Masoros to initiate perfectly for his team. They'll still have some time. They'll still have some time. 2 minutes, 40 seconds until the bets and predictions will close. So get them in now. Ask the Jägermeister for more points if you need them. Come up with some young decisions as to the direction of this matchup here. Another big thing to consider about this game is going to be how soon MTG can get going on the map. I do not think they want to be playing a farm game here. They definitely need to be playing at high pace, right? Fighting a lot, getting engaged on the map. A farm game seems like a terrible idea for them. So this early laning phase, because it's not going to be as good as game one, I wonder what's going to be their strategy for getting out and involved on the map. Obviously, it's going to involve Masoros in some way. Wait, are they swapping these lanes? Is Masoros going to just play mid and then Fearless goes into the off lane? Personally, I would not mind that situation, given how bad the Ember into this Monkey King matchup can be. It does seem reasonable for me if they do make the decision that they're like, you know what, let's have Fearless go bottom, and then we're going to just have Masoros be the one that goes into the mid lane to challenge the Monkey King. That I can certainly live with. That I can certainly live with. So the admin got involved. You know someone's been gone too long when the admin's like, ah, come on guys. We know all about the traditional pause, but this is a bit much. One thing though, as much as I'm saying that they can't really reach Jackie, it's kind of difficult for them to do. What they can do on the side of LilGun is when they make that massive ball and come towards MTG, there will come a point where Jackie's just going to feel deficient in terms of the damage necessary to find the kills. And also woe betide him if Underlord is ever in range with Atrophy Aura. Freaking hell, it is so annoying, so annoying, so annoying. Especially because, look at that, you know? Percentage-based damage reduction. Oh, would you look at that? Marksmanship gives percentage-based agility bonus. How much you say? 45? Oh, word. How much does Atrophy Aura take? 45? 35. Sweet. Good times, man. This can certainly be the ace in the hole versus Jackie, provided that they win the fight in strong enough stead that Marvel gets in on top of Jackie. Yo, that's what I'm saying, y'all. The Jägermeister is everywhere. Everywhere. Gotta remember the name, you know. Dude, Set Zero, are you playing on a cell phone? What kind of PC restart is this? My god. Is he updating Windows? Oh, okay, I see. I get it, right? You gotta update Windows. Then we gotta update Steam. Then we gotta update Dota. After all of that, then we gotta update Discord, right? Alright. Jesus Christ, there we go. He's finally come back. God, I hate pauses like this. For those of you who might be new here, you haven't heard my rant about how this just brings you out of the game. Not just us as viewers, but you as a player. You just have, it's very difficult to get right back into the mentality of things. Especially because Dota is one of these games that sort of flows, right? Anybody who's found themselves, especially like in these more competitive environments, knows exactly what I'm talking about. That the game is not necessarily broken up into these pure discrete chunks. It's supposed to flow beautifully into each other. So sometimes what happens these early pauses where you're talking a lot about the game, but not actually doing anything. By the time the game restarts, like, how you feel when you're playing it is going to be different from how you felt when the horn first sounded and when you were first talking about the game. I think it's not by accident that often when we have these very long pauses at the beginning, we don't really see like big fights, big smoke engagements. Nobody wants to try and take that chance, right? Of being like, we still have that degree of concentration. And yeah, indeed, they are not going to have the terrible lane matchup. That's how bad this Ember Spirit versus Monkey King lane is, that Fearless says, you know what, I'll rather play into the Luna lane, and they put this Mars into mid. This is quite decent as well, because this matchup for the Monkey King is not nearly as positive versus the Mars as it is versus Ember. Mars can sustain himself, he can keep his HP up, he can force back the Monkey King from killing him, so do still think it's a very Monkey King favored matchup, but it's not, he's not going to dumpster the Mars in the same way that he might be able to dumpster the Ember Spirit. Ember, as a result, will have smoother time down bottom. However, there's very little they'll be able to do to prevent X123 from farming. With these two heroes, you effectively do not provide any threat against the Luna, so Ace 12 by himself will be good enough to zone back these heroes from affecting the Luna's farm. X123 should be able to... Oh, actually, and it does seem like they are playing a stand-in in the game, because there's no way you ask your support to play carry if it's not a stand-in. That makes things interesting, though, because that does mean that this Brewmaster being played by Ace 12, and with Hishki being the one to play this young Lion here, that they're going to be giving their quote-unquote stand-in the opportunity to play this Monkey King middle. That's fine. It's chill. It's not like mid players do not play the safe lane, especially when they're grinding it out in pubs. So, perfectly acceptable here. And the last lane we haven't really taken a look at, this top side of the map, where Marvel is on this Underlord. Not the kind of lane where they can stop Underlord from farming. Drow Disruptor, really? That... If you ask me to talk about strong laning duos, I could talk for a very long time before mentioning either of these heroes. And indeed, we do see Marvel is completely unaffected by the happenings in this lane thus far. Once they hit level 4 on Underlord, honestly, Hishki can leave. Doesn't need to be here. Can go start doing some stacking in the jungle for later, for the Luna to farm. Can maybe make a rotation towards the mid lane. Assist this Monkey King in being able to get more out of the lane versus the Mars. I mean, right now it's fine, winning the CS battle, but you didn't necessarily just pick this hero to win the CS battle. You ideally wanted to help dumpster the Ember Spirit. I mean, and the thing is, though, as I was mentioning bottom, they can't really stop Luna from farming, but nor can they stop Ember. With the Rubik Ember Spirit, there's a lot of protection available for this Fearless Ember, so he's gonna get all the farm that he needs as well. This is quite good for MTG. I was talking earlier about how there's a bit of a concern about how they approach the mid game. Having Fearless in the situation where he's going to be able to get as much farm as he does, like contrasted with what would be available from the mid lane, ensures that they can still get out onto the map in that mid game portion. Especially considering that Masoro's, yeah, sure, it doesn't get dumpstered in this mid, but definitely not going to be able to out-farm and outscale a Monkey King. So he's not going to be the one that's going to be able to lead the team into every mid-game fight. I really like this idea from MTG. I really wish more teams would buy into the idea that lane swaps are 100% an acceptable thing in Dota 2. Don't have to play a lane a specific way. It all just matters what the objective of a lane is. Like if Ember was mid, God, it would have been bad. But as I say that, they still find the Ember Spirit in the trees. Ace 12 chases him down. Gets a solo kill. Like the Luna might end up dying too. Q, one more right click, they find a kill on Luna. Oh my God, what just happened in the bottom lane? Both core players sort of losing their minds here. Ace 12 hoping to run down Q for a little bit of revenge. Does have the Thunderclap back online, but Q will be able to regen up all the HP. Luna should not have died in that situation. That was really bad. Especially since Ace 12 had a salve available. If Luna lives there, it's so good. It still ends up being beneficial for LilGun, given that they got the first blood out of Fearless, but nonetheless, really, really bad that Luna could not take advantage of the free space to get more CS. So she still has the same amount of CS as Fearless does. We're going to try and go for a kill onto Fearless again though. There's the level 2 Thunderclap Fearless with the Searing Chains, but can they get the chase down? Q, very nice lift back. That they still want to chase down Fearless. Lucent Beam, level 2, will trigger. Ace looking to chase down, but Thunderclap wasn't at the ready just yet. Will not be able to close the gap. A little bit too low on the HP there. Still, they've done enough to potentially force them to buy a little bit more regen. Maybe not though, because Fearless already has access to this Earnest Shadow, so maybe they might feel better served getting a kill, but nah, you're gonna play it safe. Bring in the regen, get it back properly. Cinder Brew thrown out. Q getting closed on. There's the Thunderclap. 2 heroes thrown in with the lift. Fearless trying to help out, trying to chase down X123. And between these 2 heroes, who's gonna die first? Q looks like he's fine actually, and so will the Luna. Nice heads up play there from these 2 heroes, and they might still run down Fearless. Level 2 Thunderclap is on, and Fearless is gonna end up getting brought down. This time around, the mistake happens on the side of MTG. Doesn't back off in time and allows himself to get caught out, brought down. Q can't help him, of course, because he got zoned all the way back to the base. And all the action thus far taking place in the safe lane. Not something we see as much nowadays. Masoros, having made a first huge rotation down bottom, has level 6, so wants to pop the arena. No assistance just yet for X123. The Spear of Mars will not connect, and he doesn't want to commit the arena without it. In fact, didn't even have the mana available. Masoros, huge rotation that does not end up going in his favor. He wanted to come a little bit sooner to either find some revenge or render some assistance. Unable to do either, and in the meantime, this Monkey King got a lot of free farm in the mid lane. Now the CS difference between the 2 heroes will be 20 at this point. Tenet, there's a 5-minute delay from within Dota TV, but there's no delay on the stream itself. Top lane, Jackie in trouble. Glimpse back will at least make sure the Monkey King isn't the one to find this kill, but he might still end up dying. Marvel, Firestorm in 1 second. No, they don't want to keep chasing this Drow Ranger. Drow doesn't end up getting Boundless struck. She almost got clipped by it, but she's going to end up surviving. And Anomlog still chasing in, but will not have the capability of finishing off set 0. Man, Jackie lucky to be alive right now. Why did Marvel stop chasing him? That was so surprising. Marvel had Firestorm coming up in just a moment. Jackie was like less than 200 HP. If Marvel just keeps chasing him, that's almost certainly a kill bottle. Might have a kill on Q. They're trying to chase him down. The roots from Fearless will ensure that this Rubik will live. They've been doing a good job down bottom using these spells to just keep LilGun at bay, but still finding their farm on the side of LilGun. X123 will crack level 6 in just a moment. One more Lucent Beam gets it, but gonna end up dying here. Q, does he have the lift? 1 more second. Here comes assistance. Can they help him? Fearless cannot find any way to bring him down, and 2 heroes rooted up by Marvel. Here also shows up this Monkey King. Q, this time around, will not have the easy escape that has been granted to him so often in this matchup. We do have Boundless Strike propping down. There's going to be a Thunderclap. Fearless does not have level 6. Fearless is going to get ran down, and another kill for the Monkey King. First one of the game. Nomlog able to make his presence known in a way that has not been possible from Masoros. Shows up from the mid lane, and he does now have a lot of farm here. Jackie in danger. There's going to be a Boundless Strike into the Earth Spike. Hex there as well. Jackie's going to end up dying. 1 more right click is all it takes. And Masoros, despite being right here nearby, can do nothing about this. Tumble Step, I got you. I got you. No game EXE versus Army. Lol. I don't think they've played just yet, no. As far as I'm aware, Army Geniuses have only played SMG. So that game is still going to be happening later. We got you. Jackie, they get a kill onto this Luna in the top lane. How did that happen? Why was Luna all alone here? Hishki was busy stacking some of these camps for, ironically enough, Luna to farm later. Luna with that death. Will they be able to find a degree of revenge though? Set 0 is nearby. They do have the glimpse. They want to find Jackie. Primal Spring will be there. Hishki, can he close the gap? Earth Spike will not connect, but they can still potentially just run Jackie down. Nomlog, one more right click will do the trick. Get into the trees. Masaurus though will show up with this arena of blood to throw down. And Nomlog will not be able to survive this. Unfortunately, no Jingu Mastery stacks at 4 and no Bounder Strike available to get back all the HP. Honestly though, this is still preferable for LilGun. Yes, they end up losing their Monkey King in the top lane, but Jackie was top. They draw Masaurus to the top lane as well. The same efficiency not being shown by MTG as what LilGun were able to show, given that they kept their other cores farming the rest of the map. Hell, them glimpsing back Hishki actually ended up even benefiting LilGun, because that means all the experience for that kill went towards this Monkey King, completely unshared. So right now, LilGun definitely happy with what this lane brought for them and what this map looks like. And now that they have level 6 on the Brewmaster, they're happy to try and utilize this. Nomlog doesn't have access to the Wukong's command, not really playing that style of Monkey King. Just wants to try and enable his team for further kills. They've smoked up, moving bottom. Marvel gonna draw some attention towards himself, trying to Dark Rift away. Will he be able to survive long enough for assistance to come? And he's gonna be able to get out. He's fine. In the meantime, they found Drow Ranger. That was so perfect for LilGun. Finding Drow like that, whilst the rest of the team is dealing with an Underlord, and now they can still move the Brewmaster Brewlings bottom to scout out some of these heroes, and now they'll Bounder Strike onto 2. Nomlog able to get a kill on the Q very early on. Set 0 getting brought down as well. And remember, Marble didn't die, so he just Dark Rifted home, TP's back into the lane, can still apply assistance to this side of the map. This is such a perfect game right now for the side of LilGun. Everything is going in their favor. And yes, though Jackie will have some better impact as the game goes on, I don't think he can have it from behind. This is the kind of game where, like I was mentioning earlier, MTG definitely need to get out and ahead in the mid game. You don't want to play a farming game here. Speaking of farming now, they end up losing the life of Ace 12. It's actually a dominating streak, giving away quite a bit of gold here, but more gold might be available if they can kill this Monkey King. For now, haven't managed to do so, but finally a Spear of Mars brings him down. Decent amount of gold picked up by Masaurus. Marvel showed up to try and render assistance, but did not have an easy way to save the life of the MK, and might be in trouble himself right now, getting glimpsed back into the midst of 4 heroes. This is taking a while, but they will eventually get it. Q turning the Firestorm back against Marvel. And now they pick up 2 very important core kills of their own on the side of MTG. Might have taken longer than expected, but they get what they need. 3 heroes, 4. Look at that gold change. My god. You definitely do not want to give even an inch towards this MTG draft, because this is the type of lineup that can snowball pretty hard. Right now, the laning phase hasn't been kind enough to allow them to do so, but great care should be taken by LilGun. How far is Ace on the Aghanim Scepter? Only queued it up right now. I suppose it's difficult, right? Because Ace needs Ags, Hishki needs Blink. There's a lot of farm that both these supports need to pick up, and somebody has to be sacked at the time, right? Ace 12 gonna run up the hill, just gonna break the smoke. There is Static Storm dropped on him. They can't really buy him enough time to get out. Earth Spike will emerge. They do not have enough mana for a finger, so Set 0 will live for now. Finally gets brought down. Nomlog very low in HP here, even though having used the Boundless Strike earlier on. And pops the Wukongs, but will immediately get tossed out of it by Q. And now Nomlog gonna end up dying. Gonna try man fight versus Fearless, but not going to be possible. That chest out Dota ends up being to the detriment of this Monkey King at this point. That is, okay, the entire game is just shifted. Dying twice back to back effectively on the Monkey King the entire time. Meantime, Fearless is just farming up. There used to be a gap in farm between Nomlog and Fearless, but now it's closed in its entirety. And this is exactly what you do not want. You do not want to have Fearless in a position where he's able to get the farm that he needs to be effective in the game. And you don't want him close to the Monkey King in terms of net worth. Also, interesting build from Fearless. Building a Mage Slayer early on. Not an item that you see all the time. Not going to be opting for a Maelstrom or anything like that. Interested to see how it's going to pan out. How it works. LilGun still desperately looking for this Echo Saber on this Monkey King. It is really late at this point. Those two deaths definitely not being kind towards him. And actually might be a fight that breaks out here around the mid lane. Ace 112. He activated his ultimate. The Brewmaster Brewlings end up creating enough space for them to chase down set 0. I don't know if they can do the same to this Fearless Ember Spirit. Will be able to get himself away here into the trees. Ace 12 ultimate will conclude. Masoros, he blinked in, but we're not able to find the spear. But beautiful Beastman coming out. There's gonna be a Boundless Strike that stands onto 2 heroes. Look at all this low HP. They're all gonna die here. My god, MTG! What just happened? Fearless double remnant forward. Jackie there with the multi-shot going onto everybody. Q opening it up with the stun onto several, followed up by the Firestorm, but it's the Firestorm that does the damage. Look at that go. Level 4 Firestorm, level 4 Arcane Supremacy. As a result, 4,000 damage dealt by the Rubik, allowing his team to just easily clean up the fight thereafter. I feel so sad for LilGun. This earlier portion of the game seemed so much more positive for them, but as they've been taking fight after fight, it's just been going the way of MTG. And yes, this Luna is at the top of the pile in net worth, but she's being trailed by 3 heroes from MTG who are getting closer and closer. Speaking of MTG, Nomlog, Nomlog? Okay. Do they at least get Fearless out of this? Okay, they at least got Fearless. That was not good. If they can get the tier 1 tower, which, okay, it's like 2 hits away from dying, so they should be able to, then this is not so bad. And they also got a Rubik kill, and they got a finger stack for Hishki. And they got Blink Dagger out of it too. I suppose it ends up working out okay, but I kind of feel like this Monkey King is sort of chain dying at this point, and they can't afford that on the side of LilGun. They will need the Monkey King. Luna cannot provide all the damage required in this game by herself. Moreover, she can't get directly into the middle of the fight. Oh, speaking of the middle of the fight, Ace 12 caught inside the arena will get taken out. They try to bail him out using this Pit of Malice from Marvel, but it wasn't going to be good enough. The one thing though, LilGun will be always favored when it comes to Roshan. MTG, I don't believe anybody has... Okay, no, Ember has. There's an Orbital Corrosion on Ember, but that's the only source of negative armor available for them. So, not the easiest Roche take in the world. Mid lane, got a spear back, but Hishki reveals the Blink Dagger by popping up the Pit of Malice down as well. X123 finally gonna show up with this Eclipse, going down onto Jackie, and they kill Jackie inside the Pit of Malice, as well as finding Masoros. Wukong's command triggered out by the Monkey King. Ace, we're looking for more though. Wants to try and cyclone one more hero up. We'll be able to find Q, Marvel, Pit of Malice at the ready. Doesn't manage to actually get further into it because of the searing chains, but it's not going to matter. The rest of the team can close the gap, and they find Q in between the tier 1 and tier 2 towers. And that kill will enable them to take the tier 1. Unfortunately for them, unlike the MTG lineup, their Roche take is impeccable. Firestorm, Nomlog damage, there's a Luna available. This will not take long at all. And LilGun will grab a major reward. Not just killing Drow in the Mars, but also getting the tier 1, getting Roche. There's no way that they can get here fully in time MTG to fight this, but they might be able to pick up the dregs thereafter. Roche will fall, but Marvel just triggers out the Dark Rift to make sure everybody can get out safely. Arena was used by Masaurus maybe to try and catch a straggler, but it will not be possible. And the Uber takes everybody home. MTG, MTG, MTG. Now we'll have to play a little bit from behind for the next few minutes in terms of their positioning on the map and in terms of farm. X123 isolated and alone in the top lane. No BKB available. Heroes are going to start streaming in, but they realize very quickly that they do not have enough damage to affect X123 just yet, even with all these stolen spells. Manta, Dragon Lance, as well as this Mask of Madness makes it quite difficult to achieve that end. And they're trying to chase now. Q might be the target here. Earth Spike thrown in by Hishki, blinking forward for the Finger of Death as well. So that's going to be an additional stack charge built up by this Lion. They have to back here. Just sacrifice the tier 2 tower, I think, if you're MTG. You know you're going to lose this outpost because the area that they're playing in, LilGun, they've made their intent known right now. And you've already committed the glimpse earlier. Set 0. I don't know who got glimpse back, but he stayed behind to make sure that the TPing heroes in got glimpse. So now it's very difficult to secure a defense around the tower. Glimpse is back online. Jump in by Masaurus. 2 heroes inside the Arena of Blood. There's going to be a Static Storm down as well. So Marvel going to be in trouble and will die to the right clicks of Fearless and Jackie. The respawn for X123 with Eclipse coming onto Masaurus. Masaurus is definitely going to get eviscerated here. Ace 12 gets off the ultimate on the other side of the fight. X123 still needs to be careful, but they found Jackie with Nomlog as well as with Ace's Broodlings. They glimpse back on the Monkey King, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough to ultimately save the rest of the fight. Jackie still being scouted, Jackie being found, and Nomlog catches up regardless, gets the kill. It's a double for the MK. And they get the tier 1 tower, tier 2 tower, and now the outpost. LilGun just on a tear and on a roll on this top portion of the map. And they utilize this Aegis to perfection. Yes, it got popped several minutes ahead of schedule, but you don't just want to run down the Aegis, you want to use it effectively. And it got them a massive advantage on the map. Now X123 can start building into BKB. At this point, he's only dying because he doesn't have access to any kind of defensive item like BKB. But now this Luna, she's no longer afraid of Static Storm, no longer afraid of Ember Spirit at all, no longer afraid of Rubik, no longer afraid of Mars. And by the time they get the second one on Nomlog, 2 BKBs will make team fighting very difficult for MTG for a significant portion of this game. The next like 10-15 minutes do not feel very fun to play for MTG, especially because we're still building into further damage from Jackie. He needs a BKB just to be able to play the map right now, but we still need one more item that's going to help him out with the deep right clicks. Nah, NG, listen, right? This is not MTG throwing the game. This is LilGun playing properly. They understand how strong they are right now, and they're playing appropriately with their spells and with which heroes they throw forward at the beginning of the fight. And we sort of spoke about this a lot earlier, right? That if they ever form that big ball, which is basically what they did here, they formed a ball and they went at MTG, and you saw that MTG literally could do nothing about it. And if they keep doing that, that's going to be the result in most of these fights until there's more damage available. Masaurus, bye-bye. Getting caught out here towards middle. Nomlog available to help scout him out, and they find that kill. Is that a Shadow Blade or is that an Invis Rune? Okay, just Shadow Blade. Oh, Invis Rune, sorry, just Invis. Do you have a smoke coming in here from LilGun? 3 heroes moving in. And Hishki has Blink. They know where Jackie might be. Oh, look at that game sense. They don't actually have vision here, but they know exactly where they should go for this fight. They get the stun out onto Jackie. BKB popped by Nomlog. And they get Jackie to pop BKB as well. But at the same time, Ace uses Brew Split. So they can't keep pursuing the fight. But ultimately, they'll just be glad they forced a 9-second BKB out of Jackie for pretty much no reprisal in the opposite direction. I mean, what did they commit? Brew Split, whatever. It comes back in this exact same way. MTG though do know that Brew Split is down, so they need to fight right now. They know that they're actually on the back foot. If they allow Brewmaster Split to come back online without being able to punish right now, it'll be really bad for them having committed the BKB charge. I mean, Nomlok also used BKB, but I feel like BKB is more important for Dry Ranger right now. The smoke does end up yielding some dividends for MTG as they catch Hishki and kill it, but Lion being dead, not really important for the grander ambitions of LilGun. They come across Ace 12 right now, and there's no brew split, so the support is vulnerable, but they also don't want to overcommit to kill him. They should be able to find the life though. Jackie just commits the multi-shot from at the back of the fight. And now though, Jackie will have the opportunity to start building into more and more effective items. S and Y coming first, and then we shall see if it's going to be Butterfly or Crit in this game. I mean, nobody's going to buy MKB on the other side, right? You already have BKB, so Butterfly definitely acceptable. Marvel building this pipe of insight for the squad will certainly make a difference. Although this gold lead has been held at a somewhat of a plateau, 5k for the last couple of minutes, still does feel like LilGun are favored right now. MTG don't really want to be fighting on the map. Like I said though, this window of time where MTG definitely don't want to fight will eventually end. Fearless will pick up BKB after a fashion. Still though, I'm always going to favor the ease of execution from the side of LilGun. MTG, they have the damage in the fight, do not get me wrong, but the only issue is that it's not as easy for them to get that damage out without losing any of their heroes. Their positioning pretty much has to be perfect all the time. Now though, with the double BKBs, we'll see how it goes in the ensuing fight. Jackie, the build up towards the Aghanim Shard is getting closer and closer, so we can get ourselves them frost arrows, baby. Tier 3 items starting to emerge on the map right now. We find the ceremonial robe on the side of MTG. I think you give that to set 0, right? Yep, definitely. Another Seri robe on LilGun. I think Hishki. What? Why is Hishki walking around with an imp claw? What the hell is this? Lol. Give him the ceremonial robe, dude. Oh, that's hilarious. Cloak of Flames for Marvel, I guess, but he has Nether Cloak. Which is better? Honestly, you already have Firestorm. I don't think you need the Cloak of Flames. You know, the magic resist is nice, but you also just bought the pipe. You get more out of the Nether Shore, so I think you'd rather keep that item. Just had a quick disconnect from Q, ironically enough, just as it looks like they're going to be grouping up for a smoke here. They don't have one though. So they're just making sure to play together. Roshan, not very far away from respawning here. This definitely going to create some complications for MTG. They want to smoke now. The courier is coming carrying the little... No, it's not. Just carrying a pupil's gift. This is really peculiar. They're playing so close together. They know Rosh is coming, so they want to make sure that they are in position to try not just reclaim the outpost, but be positioned to take the ensuing fight. LilGun, though, they're smoked on their side, trying to find a way into the fight. Hishki scouting things out. Nomlog gets vision on Fearless. Bounder Strike will be there. Do they have the follow-up? Yes, they do. They do get the Hex out, but immediately Masoros is going to be able to jump in to get the wall down with BKB active, and Lion will end up taking a tumble. However, this means now that there is no more arena. There's no more team fight left from MTG. They need to get the hell out of here. And indeed, they are going to begin to flee. Unfortunately, though, Brewmaster also committed the split here, so they will not be able at this point in time to utilize that for the fight. Dark Rift triggered by Marvel, and it will not successfully go off. So despite the fact that they used the Mars arena early on, the BKB was triggered by the Mars, they still ultimately take the fight from MTG, and now with the numerical advantage, looking to claim this Roche. They really want to be able to find the Aegis. Nomlok, oh man, what a way to break that tree. They catch the vision from the high ground. Set 0 with the Observer Ward, making that fight a lot easier for the side of MTG. And there's no buyback that he wants to use right now. BKB activated by X123 to try to close down Jackie. Eclipse will get used. It gets stolen right now by the Rubik. And Jackie, will he be able to man fight here with the will? X123 gets surrounded and clobbered by the rest of MTG. That was a very peculiar decision from our Luna. Now, Masoro's other side of the fight, able to isolate and find Hishki. Put him towards the end of the wall. Some deja vu of what happened in the high ground here. And now with Lion gone, 3 heroes in the grave. Yet again, MTG are like, okay, we're going into the pit. So they get a free kill on Monkey King. Effectively a free kill on Luna, because she runs up by herself on a suicide mission to try and kill Jackie. And then they find a quick kill onto the Lion. The entire gold lead is now eroded. MTG, they get the Aegis, the cheese, the Aghanim shard for Jackie. And now, not only have they been winning all these fights, they're officially ahead in gold. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. LilGun. I suppose this is one of these things where you can definitely see the difference in experience. Because this is not necessarily just a skill difference, right? The vast majority of what's happening in this game is down to MTG having a better understanding of what to be doing in the game, when they're strong, when they're weak, when to be fighting, when to retreat. LilGun have really been struggling to make that decision making seem good in this game. They get a Hex right now quickly onto Fearless. Do they have enough damage to kill him? Not just yet. Duels will be there keeping him alive for now. Nomlok inside Static Store will pop BKB, but look how much right click damage was taking from Jackie. Jackie now, look at this. They've isolated X123. BKB will expire from the Luna, and they need to try to keep her alive somehow, but she's surrounded by the Mars and the Draw Ranger. The damage is just too much. She loses her life. And Ace also caught with the Searing Chains. Fearless coming back from killing Hishki to help on killing Ace 12. They also ended up losing the Monkey King on the western part of the fight. And it all turns to disaster right now as MTG looking incredibly strong on the map. Jackie just not being approached, sitting very far back. And yet again, we saw X123 jumping in far away from the rest of the team. I feel like as Luna, you can't fight away from the Monkey King. These two heroes have to fight near each other. They have to fight together, utilize their abilities in tandem with how much damage they can bring to bear in a short space of time. But half the time, Monkey King's ultimate is coming at a different place in the fight than Eclipse, if these spells even come out at all. As a result, team fight after team fight just going the way of MTG. And here they are on the high ground. No buyback on the Luna, so no way to stop them from taking the tier 3 and potentially more. They still have this Aegis on Jackie. So they're looking for these racks. BKB popped by the Monkey King. Want to try and get involved in the fight, but now because of how far behind they are, look how much damage you take even in the BKB just from the sheer right clicks of Jackie. And we spoke about this a long time ago, right? How if Jackie is just able to sit in the back getting off these right clicks, how much of a challenge it'll be for LilGun to do anything against it. No way to catch Jackie, no way to easily close the gap. It requires them being able to punch through the rest of MTG. And if they're stronger than MTG, then it's fine, right? Because they can effectively ignore these heroes. We saw this earlier on in the game where they just go for Jackie no matter what, ignoring the rest of MTG. But now that's no longer possible. Not only is there too much damage from Jackie himself, by the time you get there, you've lost half your life, but everybody else from MTG can't be ignored either. But now maybe Masoros is going to be the primary target. Hexed up, Eclipse will be there, and they use the finger, burst him down. At the same time though, with Static Storm dropped and Jackie able to get a kill onto Monkey King, they feel very favored in this fight. Damage thrown out back onto Marvel, and Jackie with a double kill. Doesn't even need to pop the first BKB charge of the 7 seconds. Jackie, this is going to be the lane of racks now. No buyback on Monkey King, no buyback on the Underlord. LilGun now 10k gold behind. Experience getting closer towards 20. The thing is, Luna can beat a Dry Ranger if she's ahead, but never, ever, ever from behind. Literally not possible. Jackie now turning attention towards the tier 3 tower in the mid lane. Still 8 seconds, no Monkey King, and look how fast this Drow can push. And they're gonna try to get forward here to look for Hishki. Bring down this Lion, no buyback available. And even though Monkey King is up, they know for a fact that a large portion of this initiation needs to come from Hishki. The only real disable they have without Hishki is the Underlord using Pit of Malice, Brewmaster Ultimate, and Boundless Strike. None of which can really represent full 100 to 0 type of chain disable. And MTG have now secured themselves a second lane of racks. The entire gang now in a very good position. Aegis will expire, but come on, man. It doesn't matter. It's fine. This is really scary kind of game to be in if I'm playing on the side of LilGun. Like, we're just so far behind. Alright, so Rubik also gets Item Scepter. Good. Okay, that is a huge problem. It's a huge problem. It's one thing if you have to think to yourself, alright, Rubik only gets one of these spells in the fight. That's not so bad. But having access to multiple, we've already seen the impact that can be had with Firestorm. Haven't seen it again because Rubik has been prioritizing other spells in the fight, but now you just steal this at your leisure. LilGun are still going to be trying to push out elsewhere on the map. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Y'all hear that? It's young Johnny. It's young Johnny pulling through with them bits. What a G. What a G. What a G. Shout out to Johnny. What's good, fam? How you doing? Tier 2 towers still being pushed in by some of these illusions because LilGun still not fully out of this just yet. There's still a lane of racks. The game can still potentially go in their direction. It's very difficult to envision, but stranger things have happened, certainly, in Dota 2. The big thing though is that they cannot, under any circumstances, allow Roche number 3 to go in the opposite direction. They smoked out the map right now. They want to try and make something happen. Agnum Scepter up on the Brewmaster. They have to deward on the high ground, but this is going to prevent them being able to find a potentially good fight. Fearless jumping in, BKB active, looking to try and scout things out here in the back, and he just gets out easily. So annoying to deal with. The thing is, he pays literally 0 penalty for making these kind of moves. He's already drawn out the first Brewmaster split. They know it's going to be expiring soon. You must deal with it thereafter. He's also going straight in for the Agnum shot, so he wants to make sure that he has the Void Bruling as well. I think the Astral Pulse will be quite useful versus Fearless, but we'll see how things go. For now, posturing around the Roshan pit. The thing is, because they have this Ember Spirit, he can move bottom, keep this waves pushed out, and come back. So in effect, the lane equilibrium on all sides of the map, very beneficial for MTG, and they have the 2 lanes of racks taken. So they can play this game of brinksmanship for a very long time. LilGun don't really have that luxury. They ideally need to find a fight ASAP. Also, the one bright spot for the side of LilGun, and the one thing that does come of being this far behind, is you at the very least know your enemy will plateau before you do in farm. And we do see Jackie building his final, well, not final item, there's still 2 more items to go. Can still get the Moonshot after this and the Ag's Blessing upgrade, but Daedalus is certainly the only item he wants to be occupying the inventory slot. Right now, the MTG will smoke up. They want to try to regain advantage here of this Radiant Triangle. They get in without being scouted out. X123 not in the best position, but still does have access to BKB. The Dark Rift out will remove them from the field of play. Ace 12 inside the brew split. And not gonna find himself really being in any real danger. He's fine. Everyone just scouting each other out. Glimpse back onto Nomlog. BKBs are still active. They get the catch onto Disruptor, but the Aeon Disc already been popped as well, so that's going to be a quick pick. Disruptor down. BKBs were popped by both Nomlog and X123, but for the first time in a while, they have a numerical advantage. Q, will he get found out as well? Hishki blinks onto the high ground, not able to find the stuns though. Aeon Disc will prevent him from dying. Jump in now, going to be in Arena of Blood with the big Wukong's command getting brought down. Masoro's got Hex before the Lion died, and now Fearless going to be suffering the full damage from Eclipse and Wukong's command. That's the team fight we wanted, but look at Q's Firestorm. Look at the damage between Q and Jackie. Oh my freaking god. Yet again, Eclipse stolen by Q, Firestorm thrown out by Q. And look at that damage. 5k damage coming in from him. 6.3 from this Jackie Draw Ranger. They did have to buy back on Fearless to make that fight possible, but hashtag worth in that situation. And now they're poised to force buybacks out of LilGun. Their base is not safe. Tier 4 towers getting taken now by Jackie. And with only the Brewmaster back, this is not enough threat presented. Lion buys back. Luna buys back. And now Jackie's like, alright, I guess I'll leave. But you're 100% satisfied with what has happened. You forced 3 buybacks. I do not think they're going to go directly into the Roshan pit just yet. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Here we go. Go, Rosh. It's not a double damage rune or anything, but it's still a free Roshan. Go for it, go for it, go for it. And they know that something is going to be happening, but there's very little ways they can stop this on the side of LilGun. Jackie, Aegis, not even picked up by the Draw Ranger. They'd rather give it to Fearless because Ember Spirit is the one that bought back in the last engagement, so you'd rather give him the protection. Fearless has the Aegis, the cheese, as well as the refresher shard to make sure that there is double BKB, 6 remnants in the fight, a quadruple sleight of fist. Jackie gets hexed. Actually, this was a fight that Jackie went for. Aeon Disc will end up protecting Hishki. Wukong's command triggered out right now. Jackie, can they save him? Hurricane Pike away from the engagement, but still being chased down. The damage gonna be good enough, and Jackie will die. X123 ending the wicked kill streak and getting a ton of gold in the process. Hishki does get brought down. Marvel gonna have to Dark Rift to make sure he gets away. Oh, actually cancels the Dark Rift. That might have been a mistake. H12 ending up finding Q on the side of the fight. Marvel a little bit isolated, and they find H12 here. What a Spear of Mars, pressing Nomlog to the tree. They get the easy kill, and Marvel, why did you cancel that Dark Rift? Ends up getting brought down. Buybacks will have to come out from both Marvel as well as the Nomlog Monkey King. Jackie brought back, coming to end the game with his team. They get the Pit of Malice out. Fearless, oh no, Spear of Mars onto Nomlog. No BKB available. That's a dieback on the Monkey King. Marvel, at the very least, able to throw down a Rod of Atos onto Jackie. X123 wants to finish the job, but there's no BKB available for this Luna. No help, no assistance, and no more hope. GG, well played is called. MTG will secure game 1, will secure game 2, rinse the series, get themselves their first pure victory here in the PNXBET C Invitational. And it's all dubs today, boss man. It's all dubs today. MTG get the victory. Let's be serious. Let's be serious. LilGun helped them just a little bit. Just a little bit. Especially our boy Nomlog here. There was like a sustained period of the game. Like I want to say, let's say between like maybe 24 to maybe 31 minutes, where I kind of think, honestly, Monkey King was feeding. And let's actually see the deaths, like when some of these deaths happened. Where is our MK? Where's our MK? There we go. Like some of these deaths did not need to happen. Like this was still fine, like having 5 at this point. Actually, no, death 5 was a weird one, right? That's the one that happened just before BKB was picked up. Where, yeah, there were like 2 deaths. where Monkey King sort of literally ran into a bad situation. It was really weird. There were more than one fight where X123, two fights, right? Around Roshan Pit, one towards the bottom side of the map, where the entire team of MTGs in one place, the entire team of LilGuns in another, and the Luna's going alone into the team of MTG and not moving with her team, and then ends up getting isolated and killed. Honestly, if LilGun was a better team as a team, they'd have won this game. Especially after that first 10 minutes. The laning phase for them looked really good. It positioned them such that they were going to be able to press ahead in this game. The ball that they were forming, I mean, we got to see shades of it, right? Around that tier 2 tower pushing the top lane. Just how good they looked when they were able to utilize all their team skills in tandem with one another. Sadly, though, it ends up not being able to pull them through. So they end up having to cop themselves the young L. Congratulations to the side of MTG getting the 2-0 here. So let me award you all your points. Let me give you your W's. All right, there we go. I'm actually really surprised MTG won. Let me not lie to y'all. I feel like MTG should have lost that game, honestly. But also they're the better team, and yeah, they get the dub. That is not going to be the last Dota of the day, though. These are a lot of BO2s coming up today. MTG are 2-0 up. Congratulations to them. Well done to that side. Now we move on, of course, to Ground Zero versus Signal. I believe that it's both of their teams' first game. So that's going to be a fun one, because it's always fun to see exactly how teams get started. But of course, we'll talk about that when that game does come up. For now, let's just say congratulations to MTG. Woo! Raise the roof for them. Be proud of them. Celebrate good times. So now that this game is over, we are going to be taking a short break to get ready for the next series. In the meantime, especially if you're here for the first time, make sure that you are following the stream. Pull through, say hi in chat, holla at a homie. Let me know what you thought about the game. I am not Cowardly Dog, the official caster of the tournament, but I will be as much as humanly possible. I wasn't able to yesterday, but the idea is to pretty much cast all of the games. So that does mean that for the next, let's see, including today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, you know, as long as you're out here, you'll find me here. I'll be out here. We'll be doing our thing together. It'll be great. So make sure that you're following the channel. You've had fun, enjoyed yourself, consider becoming a supporter. You know, young Johnny pulled through earlier with the cheers. Thanks, fam. I really do appreciate the bits. Be like Johnny. Show that cheers appreciation. Or you can make the decision to rather become a subscriber. You know, get access to these emotes. Actually, speaking of emotes, who gets the Putting in Work award for today? Despite me talking trash about this Rubik, Q actually put in a lot of work. There were several fights which only went the way they did because of Q's Rubiks. In particular, stealing Firestorm, stealing Eclipse on several occasions, turning the fight based. So well done, Q. Get that Putting in Work award. Subscribe. Make sure you get access to them emotes so you can also show your appreciation for Q. You can also decide to become a patron member. And admittedly, I feel a little bit bad that I haven't been as circumspect about keeping all the Patreon rewards as I should be. But there's only 2 of y'all out here, and y'all know how it is. But I still do appreciate it. Thank you so much, Cutie and the gang. I really do appreciate it. And of course, I appreciate everybody who has donated here to the channel. You can be like Laklao, who's got their name here. You can be like the Emperor Pango. Get your name on the banner for being the top donator. And again, cannot express enough exactly how much I appreciate every iota of help from y'all in that regard. So, now we're done with this. On to the next one. Ground Zeroes versus Signal Ultra coming soon. So don't go anywhere. Don't miss even a single second of this hype, of this action, of this Dota 2 extravaganza. See you just now. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back. It's your boy. Hello. What's up? We're here for game number 2. I'm just kidding. Matchup number 2. Signal Ultra now going to be taking on Ground Zeroes. As MTG earlier dispatched LilGun 2-0. We're going to see which one of these two sides has a similar kind of caliber to what we've seen already. As I mentioned, this is the first game for both of these squads here in the PNXBET C Invitational. Unfortunately, one of these teams at the end of the day in the group stages gets eliminated from the competition, but that's later. Right now it's still good times. Right now everything is still okay. I've never heard of Ground Zero before. However, you know, people need to be on the come up, people need to play out, discover if they've got what it takes to succeed. We of course have all heard of the side of Signal Ultra sitting on the Radiant side. Whether or not they'll be able to get themselves out of the little bit of a rut that they've been in for the past while and show like championship caliber Dota, it's an open question. We'll get to there. We're gonna investigate that together. So, Ground Zero, they had themselves first pick and opted for Luna. Oh man, do y'all remember when the patch first dropped? And I was ranting and raving about how good this Luna hero was gonna be. And then people spent time playing the Luna and it looked terrible for a very long time. And then there were like not many tweaks to the hero, but Dota itself changed and now the hero is amazing. Gotta love this. Just gotta love this game, man. Gotta love this game. Anyway, GZ went for the first overall pick on this Luna. Signal responded with Shadow Demon DK. Shadow Demon obviously one of the better heroes against Luna and with it, so it makes sense to kind of deny pick it away from Ground Zero by nabbing it up this early, and you get this counter against the Luna, both in having Demonic Purge and having the illusions to deploy against the hero itself. DK will give Signal Ultra just that stable hero, can be played mid, can be played off lane, can do what you want with the hero, decide later on exactly where it slots in and fits best into the draft. I don't know about this. A Bat and Hoodwink as a support duo. I don't know about this, huh? If I'm honest. I kind of would have liked a little bit more control in some sense. Or if we're going to be going like all healing, I prefer it like a different hero as the 4 position when you have a Baton. Like some Lion, if you want to pick a hero like Hoodwink, maybe even Ancient Apparition's a bit better, but we'll see how it goes for them. Signal went for ET into Drow Ranger. Woo! That draft. I don't really want to play against the Signal draft, yo. I don't want to play against these heroes. The big thing about this matchup is going to be seeing whether or not it will be possible for GZ not just to play against these heroes, but to sort of stop the momentum that Signal Ultra definitely want to be able to build up in this game. That's going to be the big question, right? Can they get enough momentum, get far enough in the game in time before there's a Drow ET draft is just too strong? This is so much physical damage, actually. And right now, they still don't have an easy hero to close in on the backlines. To be fair, they haven't really revealed any cores except Luna, so there's still space for like Ember Spirits, Storm Spirits. Not that much lockdown on the side of Signal Ultra. They have the DK Stun, they've got the Gust Silence, of course, from the Drow Ranger and Echo Stomp. So whatever hero that they pick for the mid lane should ideally be somebody that buys BKB as well, just to make sure that they don't fall into the situation where you go too far forward and get isolated away for your team and caught out and killed. Definitely don't want that. GZ coming right now with a Centaur Warrunner. So they do definitely recognize their inability before this pick to actually gap close onto Signal Ultra, in particular hunting down this Drow Ranger. Now that they have Centaur, it's a lot easier for the entire team to collapse onto the Drow, bring her down. It becomes very difficult once she has BKB though. In particular, because they have Shadow Demon, there's always that additional save dimension that's available. So it's quite difficult to imagine them, with the meager amount of disables they have available, being able to reliably and consistently 100 to 0 the Drow Ranger. Potentially one more hero in this game that will allow them to get to the Shadow Demon. Make sure that he's not really a massive threat. 5 seconds remaining. Lina getting banned away. And they actually take out the Ember Spirit themselves on the side of GZ. Okay. I like this Invoker ban too. Kind of feels like they do also need more team fight on the side of GZ. Invoker gives you that team fight, can also give you burst, can give you steroid for the Luna. Just so many things Invoker provides you in this meta right now. Here's a hero which has been drastically unfavored in the last couple of months. Like compared and contrasted to during the DPC, for example, how good Puck looked. And the further we've gone since then, just the less and less we've seen this hero come out and be effective. Which is, you know, admittedly, the way Dota is, you know, things change. The way people decide to play the game evolves with time. We're not seeing as much Snapfire, for example, so Puck starts to drop down in priority without that hero as well. And Signal get themselves a Darkseer here for the end of their draft. Yo. Alright, so we have Darkseer here to round up this draft. The utility buyer for the team gives them an additional... It's not even about getting big team fight, right? The main thing about having this Darkseer is just time buying in the engagement. It's another hero that can drop down an illusion onto Luna. That Luna illusion in tandem with Shadow Demon Luna illusions, gonna be kind of crazy. Hell, if you just get one Darkseer illusion out of the Luna, then you disrupt that, and that's how you get your further illusions out of it. Vacuum in this game has potential to provide some pretty sick combinations with ET being online here, Drow Ranger nearby. I really like the balance of the Signal Ultra draft. All aspects of the game are covered for them. They've got decent lanes. Like this Darkseer is not going to get completely muscled out of the laning phase. They've got themselves quite a decent amount of team fight. BKB buyers. GZ are also going to have some struggles with damage, because for a significant portion of this game, most of their damage is magical in nature. It's going to take a while until Luna is able to provide the necessary physical damage, so before that point, it does feel like Ground Zero need to be playing quickly and pressing the tempo on the map for fear of what happens if Signal Ultra finish the pipe on Darkseer, finish the BKBs on the DK and the Drow Ranger. Then suddenly Ground Zeroes only really have the capability of fighting with this Luna, so very scary draft here from Signal Ultra. One that I would not want to be playing into given its balance, but Ground Zero, we've seen Luna hard carry games before. Will Puck be able to help her in this endeavor? Let us find out together as we go into game one. Signal Ultra versus Ground Zero, the first matchup for both of these teams. Details. Shout out to Details, y'all. Details pulled through with the subscription. Been out here for a few months. Thanks for the welcome back, Details. Those of you who aren't on the Discord might not have seen some of the awful news that have befallen, or that, let's say, the awful news about a week and a bit ago that caused me to take the initial break. And let's just say a lot has happened since, but we're back. We're out here. We're still alive. We're still doing the thing. Still going to be casting Dota. Your boy going to be out here with you. Don't worry about it.
Another triumph.
So GZ in this game, for them to be able to come away favored, the Puck and the Centaur need to have extremely good games so they can create space for the Luna. I definitely don't think Akashi can hard carry this all by his lonesome. This Luna hero... Actually, wait, why am I saying all by his lonesome? I have no idea of any of the identities of this GZ team, so no idea about their genders either. We'll keep that one open, you know? One thing that I do at the very least like a lot is the presence of the Sabaton. I really like this hero. And given the fact that I think Signal Ultra in this game is probably going to be... Any big smoke rotations they make would be devastating for GZ. I do not think they want to be fighting on the back foot. They can't afford to give Signal Ultra the jump advantage. So being able to break those smokes, get involved, put your body on the line, and buy a team for everybody else to escape, going to be a very, very integral job here for the Sabaton. And especially in this top lane where not really much you can do to help Luna here, can you? Right, you can keep her from dying, but Doxia is going to have pretty much a free lane. Mid lane, we've seen this matchup many times. DK versus Puck. Boring as hell. Just trade farm. DK should come away slightly favored on the CS until like level 4. Then depending on the Puck skill, that starts to change, but yeah, boring as hell. No point even looking towards middle. Down bottom. Ooh. Might have a first blood here. It's Grims. Woody Timble. One more right click. Oh, based. Big plays. Big plays. Dude, I think actually KCL might have tipped him before he knew about the deny. I'm hoping that he tipped him for the deny, but there's also a possibility that he was trying to mess with him and be like, ha, we outplayed you, but ended up being outplayed in the end. Very nicely done there to deny GZ the first blood. Especially in a situation where Abat hasn't really been able to find a decent CS thus far in the lane. Not that it's the easiest lane to prevent Drow from farming in, but when she's alone and Grims is not around, of course, it's going to make it a lot easier. And remember, when you get denied nowadays, the respawn timer is a lot longer, so although you denied the first blood, that's more time that Grims actually spent away from the lane. Now has returned, we'll be able to ensure that Drow gets some degree of CS, but Ground Zeroes have made good use of this time. Gotten Kimizu to level 2 on the Centaur, and with level 2 available now, you aren't afraid of being killed anymore by ET because you'll always have the Stomp. Means your laning phase from here on out will be fairly standard as a Centaur. Things will be nice and simple. It'll actually be a very static laning phase now that I look at it. I'm not expecting much to happen except for trading or farm for the most part on all sides. They'll just, both teams will just have to make sure they don't fall too far behind their counterparts. Do see that this Shadow Demon just gonna, it felt like using himself, you know. He's like, I bought this item, I need to make use of it, so. Fight with TMV, who also zones him away from the bounty rune. Will GZ be able to pick up multiple of these? We'll see what happens with Kui. And mid lane, exactly what we generally expect. DK has been getting ahead earlier, but now that level 4 is on for this Puck, we'll see if Kui is going to be able to change the status quo. As it stands, it does get a bit easier. Now that you have Bottle, you still have another Water Rune to pick up. So what that enables you to do is continue to spam out the lane a bit. And of course, Jamesy is not going to be buying Bottle in this matchup, so you will be able to, if you do get the Water Rune refill, you can outspam him with spells, but Jamesy's playing very well right now, positioning in such a way as to not really allow that outcome and denying as many creeps as he can. And because Kui's already spent all his mana, and only now will be able to go get a Water Rune, means that Jamesy in a very good position in this mid lane. Bottom, but oh, almost got what? That was so sick. They might actually turn a kill onto KCL right now. Echo Stomp does come out. A little bit of a misplay there, I think, from Signal Ultra. So something really cool from a bot, then not something that's not so great. Does the right thing of keeping this hatchet. So as soon as he sees that tree being plopped down by this young, annoying hoodwink, eats it immediately, make sure that there's no opportunity for a bushwhack. And the Echo Stomp that came out, oh, actually First Blood happens on the other side of the map. I felt like the Echo Stomp actually was going to lead to them being able to get a kill, but Abat woke up the hoodwink a little bit too soon. so they don't find that kill. Kui also almost died in this mid lane. We'll go replenish the bottle. So they find the first blood in the top lane, bringing down TMV. And at the same time, Jamesy is dominating this mid lane. Like, it's only gotten worse as more levels have been picked up. Level 6 right now versus a level 5 Kui Puck. 35 and 8 versus the 22 and 2. So, certainly displaying that there is more experience and skill available right now from the side of Signal Ultra. But we'll see if that changes as the game goes on. Doing very well in the laning phase. Activates the DK form now, so might want to put some pressure onto this tier 1 tower. Has a siege wagon right behind him. But most of this DK form is just going to be used up on the wave, it seems. There won't really be an opportunity to utilize this to put pressure on the tower. So this is going to be a very good situation for Kui. Curve thought on the looting. Woo! That's gonna be a fun episode. Jamesy will find himself getting Dream Coiled here. Does he have enough damage to kill Kui? Not just yet, but might end up dying regardless. Because KCL showed up with a bushwhack. No quick hatchet job to take down the tree early on from this DK. Kui is still in a bit of a dangerous position. What's a Shadow Demon Disruption? Kui running back away. TMV cannot close the gap. There's going to be a miscoil just to ensure that Puck has enough HP. Slither back into the trees. Pick up a bounty rune. Still going to end up going home though. You pick up the bounty for the bonus gold, but need to replenish all the mana. Unfortunately, has committed Dream Coil, so will not be able to say move down bottom as soon as the mana is replenished. Speaking of bottom, we do see death on the offlaner. Both offlaners actually trading lives. Let's see how much gold was given away for both of them. So, of course, the bigger trade came from this Doxier, given how much more farm Doxier has. Also, I love that Doxier is building the Iron Shell charges straight up. Aghanim Scepter, no flop. Arcane Boots into Ags, baby. Let's go. Get us that bonus HP on all these heroes. And actually might want to kill Akashi. Actually might be in some danger here. There's no Demonic Purge, but there is going to be a disruption. Help is coming, but might be a little bit too late. Akashi getting chased down. Beautiful vacuum there. There's going to be a Surge used. BHM running around with the Ion Shell, but it's going to expire on him. Still, they get out all the demonic poison stacks onto the Luna. Burst her down. Akashi's gone. TMV now in a lot of danger. BHM, will he be able to run down at the Iron Shell, or will it be a double kill for Shadow Demon? Looks like Iron Shell will pick this one up as the SD. Only able to supply some support, but at the same time, Kui moves down bottom with his team. Gets involved with killing this Drow Ranger Abat. You can use the hatchet on the trees of the bushwhack, but you cannot do anything against Dreamcoil right now. Big kill opens up space for the tier 1 tower, as Kimizu now with 3 points into the retaliate. There's no way that this tower is going to end up staying alive. Oh yeah, my bad. I should change the title. You're right. One sec. Oh snap. Young Johnny. Back with the subscription. What a legend. Signal Ultra. Where's Jareen? So one of our other regular viewers always makes the joke that it's not a snare stream unless there's some technical issue, some hiccup. And things were honestly going too well. Sure, we had the one moment where the internet went down, but besides that, everything's been going a little bit too perfectly. So shout out to reminding me about the stream title because, yeah. But there we go. Now we out here. Shout out to Young Johnny as well. Pulled through with that subscription. Everybody must emulate the example of Johnny. Details on Johnny been out here today. Y'all are amazing. BHM. Gonna farm up this pretty massive stack right now. I really like the early Aghanim Scepter here for this Doxier. It feels like ground zeros have a tough time dealing with it. And Kimizu will eventually have a Pipe of Insights. I think this is a game where you can't afford to skip Pipe. You have to go for the full thing. Hood of Defiance will not cut it. Especially since I don't think Puck is ever going to buy BKB this game. Witchblade being built up slowly but surely. It's very standard stuff from the puck at this particular juncture in time. In the same vein as this D-Lance is very, very, very standard from Abad. Jiva, listen, right, listen. You can't afford the subscription, right? I say this to everyone. If you can't afford the subscription, you know, subscriptions are great, bits are great, donations are great, and ultimately, you know, all of that stuff is required. But if you can't afford a subscription, your presence is good enough. And look at this. Look at the community out here. Look at the Ensnared community. Not only... but let me just see Jamesy die quickly. Jamesy. Alright, there we go. But you see, if you out here with the Ensnared, not only do you just get to hang out, but others will have your back. Young Johnny, legend. Not just subscribing, but gifting one to Mr. Jiva there. Young Jiva, shout out to you. Thank you so much for being out here. Thank you so much, Johnny, for helping them out. While all this was happening, we haven't seen that much of the status quo change on the map. Abad is going to secure the tier 1 tower in the top lane. You're always unhappy as the Drow Ranger when you're getting enemy tier 1 so much later than losing your own, but Abad still will have time to farm. Nowhere near this Luna now though. Akashi has been ricing through these ancient stacks. There is no wards, no blockage of any of these camps, so it's quite easy for this Luna to accrue all this easy net worth. D-Lance finished. She's starting to build into this Yasha. Definitely a game for Manta style, I think, especially because you're playing against this Gust. I can, at this point, the Johnny Greek lessons are the ones that are, you know, he needs to come and give them to us. Unfortunately, I mean, I feel like ancient Greek is one of these things that could be fun to learn. One day we'll all just show up to chat in ancient Greek. It'll be great. Alright, so the game's about to get very dangerous for Ground Zero because Blink Dagger's up for the DK. They're still far away from the Aghanim Scepter, so that's fine, but they could start smoking already from Signal and be very effective with these smokes. I mean, just even the DK and the Dox here, having Ion Shell before you jump in on a target would make a huge difference. At the same time though, Ground Zero also have found a Blink. This time it's sitting on Kimizu. With Blink on Centaur, do they have Witchblade yet? They don't. It's so close. If they had the Witchblade, they would smoke already. They might still be forced to do so because the timing is too good. And there we go. Gonna smoke up. We'll see where this is going to take them. How far they can go. Scan, connect, flush onto these Radiant heroes, and they get an Observer Ward down as well. They have very good vision of Abad. They jump onto him. Kimizu finds him. Bushwhack this time not going to be eaten away. Abad can't save himself just yet. Stampede does get used up, and they throw in the Dream Coil onto both Grims and Abad just to make sure. Two heroes have fallen. Jamesy showed up middle, blinking forward to try and find some kind of revenge. BHM, beautiful vacuum there on the two. Kui though, not going to be brought down just yet, nor will Kimizu. Very healthy, these heroes. Jamesy blinks past the wall, trying to find this hoodwink on the far side of the fight, and will be able to do so, but now Akashi has shown up, drops down the Eclipse. Not going to be enough to get a kill onto Jamesy just yet, but they've almost got him. They were zoning back BHM as well, fell very low, but they just don't have the damage to finish the job just yet. And Signal Ultra split the fight decently enough. Ground Zero's unable to consolidate onto one target, so they end up surviving with most of their heroes on Signal. Abad showing up after the respawn, looking for a potential kill onto Kui, will not be able to find it. The jaunt away off the Illusory Orb will keep the puck safe, and the fight's not over just yet. Jamesy showing up, had the Ion Shell, chases down TMV, and the burn damage is good enough at the end of the day. Ultimately though, when this fight is done and dusted, it will be favored heavily towards the side of Ground Zero. Sure, the goal change might not be that significant, but being able to kill the Drow Ranger, not lose any of your own cores, and spend the bulk of that fight with Akashi farming and only coming in towards the very end, I think you are definitely happy about how things are looking as a side of Ground Zeroes. Loki, we learned like obviously, like for symbols, you know, names for certain symbols, but for the most part, nah, I didn't actually have to delve into the language. Hey man, I feel like there's no there's no bandwidth left available after like I can't be learning about magnetism and language at the same time, man. It's language or math, can't do both simultaneously. TMV. Oh, very nice. Jamesy jumps up onto the high ground onto 3 heroes, and they don't manage to find the instant stun onto him. Bushwhack will hold him back for now, and Kui, beautiful 3 heroes caught inside the stream coil. Kimizu jumps back onto Erica, and Reese ends up losing lives. Keep messing up that name. TMV triggers off the borrowed time. Grimm's falling very low. Lushi Orb will be able to secure a double kill for the puck. Jamesy forced to blink away to save a portion of this fight. BHM caught by the hoof stomp. Nice blink forward by Kimizu, and that will buy time for the surge to end. Do they have enough to be able to find this kill? BHM surges again, gets back into the base, and everything's gonna be a-okay. Although a bot, everybody tipping a bot because Akashi able to go and solo this Draw Ranger. She might die now on the Luna though, as everybody's showing up to try and bring her down in revenge. Kimizu looking for the blink. Hookstomp not going to be able to find it. BHM with the vacuum wall catching on to 3. 2 heroes have fallen, make that all 3. And they show up with Jamesy, Grimms, the Shadow Demon, BHM. Everybody gets revenge for the Drow, and they succeed in doing so. They can't keep the tier 1 tower alive, but they nonetheless succeed at being able to take out the Luna's life. How much gold did they get out of that? 346. Not so bad. Not so bad. That's not so bad. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, yeah, but you know, the way that this is, I mean, you're happy about being able to kill the Luna and everything, but you still actually lost quite a bit on the map as Signal. Primarily your positioning on the map, right? Consider where we've been fighting these last few minutes. Everything's been happening beyond the river, and Signal have not necessarily been the beneficiaries of all this action. Look at the farm, of course. This puck who was losing out earlier on in the mid lane. Right now, ahead on net worth. I mean, they're still basically evened up themselves and this DK, but you are... Ooh, speaking of DK, DK showing up top for a trap. Ion Shell with this damage. Queen, might he die here? Whew. Almost died. Almost died. Dude, if this DK was actually level 15, that would be a dead puck right now. That's so crazy. Yeah. Loki, you're reminding me, what is that book, the Chomsky one? The old one about languages. I think it was Reflections on Linguistics or something like that. I spent a lot of time in that one, definitely talking about formal languages. And indeed, yes, math is a language. I do think that it's functionally different than every other language, to the degree that, yes, so it is a language. Perhaps there should be... we need to actually talk more about what that word means of language. Because if we were to fully unpack that description, I'm not sure we could fully fit it in, even though we could fit it in as a formal language. It's interesting, right? But that's the job of linguistics people, sociology majors. I'm just too busy trying to make sure that I don't forget my QM rules. Right now, if I'm ground zero, I'm definitely happy about the way the map is going, but I can't rest, right? Because I know that Signal Ultra definitely want to just keep fighting right now. This is a point in the game where they don't really gain that much from farming. They need to be fighting and farming heroes. Speaking of, they were smoked up, looking for a big engagement here. They couldn't really find an angle that allowed them to get close to the Luna. Shadow Demon will be able to find that disruption. And now here comes BHM looking for the back wall. Gets it. 2 heroes caught inside it. They stampede to try and escape as soon as they can. Akashi, can he get out of here? The rest of the fight going on without him as they manage to bring down TMV. Shadow Demon was the first to fall in this engagement, despite the poison ultimately being able to come back and get the grab onto the Abaddon. The BHM wall, despite being very good and putting on quite a bit of damage, in fact they almost killed this Luna, but the very last moment, Abaddon not only committed his life to save them by distracting the opponent, but threw out the Aphotic Shield, got on the miscoils. They saved the life of Luna, and she's good. Whether or not they can push those is a different question, because Abat, the very forefront of his team right now, gets caught in the Dream Quill, and they do manage to save him with this very big Echo Storm from Grims, and now that's going to be Gust back, TMV in danger, dies before the borrowed time comes back online. You don't see that every day, where an Abaddon dies, comes back and dies again before borrowed time comes back off cooldown. Very peculiar situation. Ultimately though, Abat ends up staying alive. They almost had enough damage to kill the Drow. This is one of these situations where, you know, we saw in the previous game, what a job build. She went for D-Lance. She went Hurricane Pike first, right? It was like Yasha, Hurricane Pike, and then BKB. In this game, Abat having gone for the SNY is the only thing that ends up saving him here. Any other item build but this, and that's a dead Drow. And Signal, my god, I know I said that this team needs to be fighting as much as possible, but this is their second smoke, it feels, in almost as many minutes, in a similar area of the map at that. This time around though, Akashi is far more isolated from the rest of the gang. Shadow Poison will connect, they get him. There's the disruption, jump in, Jamesy, no hesitation with the Blink Dragon Tail stun. They find Akashi, quick kill will allow them to remove the Luna from the field of play. Potentially now they should be able to secure this tier 1 tower as well. It's at half HP. They still have a fair amount of duration on the Dragon Knight form. Certainly time to take it. Oh no, Jiva, why'd you get timed out? Oh, no misuse of medical terms? Wait, what? Yo, I didn't even know that rule existed, actually. Jägermeister is the one that's configured this Obot. And he's left it relatively loose, but every other time we discover some new rules, lol. Alright, I didn't see what condition you mentioned, right? So let's play a game, right? Describe the symptoms of this condition and let's see if we can figure out which condition you were talking about. Communicating with number. Communicating with number. Ah, okay, a condition which makes you communicate a number. That's interesting. Alright, I actually don't know the name of that condition now that I mentioned. Socially awkward, very smart. I mean, that could use the number list. That could categorize a lot of things there. Could be talking about autism, Asperger's. I mean, technically Asperger's on that same spectrum. Mid lane, Jamesy just jumps. Ah, this is not going to be a kill. There's no way. Just stampede, mate! Stampede! Oh my gosh! Kimizu! Oh my goodness! Yo, that was so close. Kimizu thought that he might just be able to walk away. Shadow Demon showed up with the Demonic Purge to dissuade him from that particular notion. I think they just wanted to force out Stampede and force them to this eastern part of the map so they could try and force out this Roche. You're attempting it right now. Not the fastest Roshan in the world though, so Ground Zeroes will have an opportunity to fight into this. Signal Ultra recognize this, and they try to back out of the Roshan pit. Kui de-warding in the river. He's inside the pit now himself. Scouts out that this Roche is currently alone. We'll be able to break the smoke very effectively. 3 heroes now revealed. Oh, towards the middle. Jamesy gets right into the face of Akashi. Pops BKB, and there's also going to be an Eclipse get that used out. They quickly jump onto the Shadow Demon back into the river because DK or Luna, neither of these heroes will end up falling. That's one down in one direction. Echo Stomp into the ET Splitter. Not going to be enough damage to really affect the puck. And now they can easily turn around back onto Grims. Grims is going to end up taking a tumble. Bushwhacked, killed, And with neither of these supports available, Signal Ultra now have to somehow defend this 3v5. Dream Coil connects onto BHM. It's not going to snap just yet, the coil. Beautiful silence into the vacuum ward here, but BKB activated by Akashi fighting in the middle of all of this. Unfortunately, the illusion from this Luna is doing just as much work as the real one in the fight. And have to back away. Kimizu ends up getting taken down as Jamesy jumps back on top of him. Ion Shell flying out everywhere, and it's going to succeed in getting the kill. And now Signal Ultra, they have the numerical advantage back again for themselves. Ground Zero is smoked up. They want to get back into this. Jamesy, there's going to be a sharpshooter shot. They almost killed him. Kept alive by the disruption from the Shadow Demon, and this Shadow Demon also helps to catch Akashi. They get the kill onto the Luna. No buyback available for the carry player. Brought back on TMV, but the Abaddon could not get to the fight in time, so no Emphatic Shield, no Miscoils, no salvation. Signal Ultra took them a lot longer than they thought it would, but now finally able to clean up this Rosh. Oh, although they might end up dying on BHM. Roshan bashed them, almost killed him. TMV could not get close enough for the Miscoil. We'll need to get saved right here with the Stampede. Centaur getting him out to safety. But now, access to the Aegis. Sending his inventory as the BKB is also about to arrive. This is an amazing power spike for the side of Signal Ultra. Given that you have this Drow that has now 2 phases of defensive ability, you can go for a push, a pretty big one. BHM has the full ags with the Hood of Defiance in tow, so doesn't have to worry about its own life as much, so they can protect this Drow Ranger quite a lot more. And that bonus HP has also come in so clutch for both Abat and Jamesy several times in the last couple of minutes. Ah, Jiva, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Under that particular purview, but I suppose, yeah, okay, yeah. I was about to make an argument from exception, but I don't think it would be valid here. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm fine with that. But in the top lane now, pushing out towards this tier 2 tower. Level 2 marksmanship at the ready. And they do have a slight gold lead for themselves, which will increase after taking this tower. Experience also trending towards normalcy. And Ground Zero, they had a large advantage for a significant portion of this game, but now find themselves in a somewhat of a back foot position, having to deal with the high ground push coming in towards them. We do see jump back Kimizu gets demonic push just so they can force him away from this tier 3 tower. It's getting taken now by James. He's putting in a lot of damage, succeeds in bringing it down. The DK form though, it's only half duration, but they're still gonna decide to back. Kui jumping in, finds Dream Coil under 2. Will they be able to get any of these kills though? Jumping in for the fight. Look how low Abat is. Abat's gonna die. End up losing the Aegis of the Immortal. They also took out the Shadow Demon though. Eclipse flying everywhere from Akashi. BKB from Jamesy protects him from most of the damage. Oh, it didn't even pop it. What? Is he just that tanky? Alright, BKB now activated just to make sure he doesn't cop spells from this puck. Trying to find the puck inside the trees here. Will there be a blink away in time? Yes, they will. Kimizu now blinking back to try and find the DK. Hoof Stomp will be there. And Disruption tries to save him. Won't save him forever though. There's going to be a beautiful Echo Stomp on the 3. Allows them to kill TMV. Vacuum back. Kimizu will die within it. We able to get away though with the Illusory Orb drawn onto the high ground. The fight ends up concluding definitely favored for Ground Zero. They had to buy back on the Shadow Demon, but more importantly, they got rid of the Aegis. They killed the DK clean, and they did it without having to sacrifice any heroes that are frankly not allowed to die anymore, like this Luna or this Puck. And we discussed it in the previous series that we saw, right? That in the event that Luna's ahead of the Drow Ranger, she can be stronger than Drow in the fight. The main danger is that it's very difficult as the Luna when Drow is feeling strong. We sort of saw it in that previous fight, that closing the gap onto that hero is somewhat problematic. They even try to use the Stampede to do it, but quite hard to do so versus ET, Darkseer, Shadow Demon. But they did primarily demonstrate that, but not immortal. Not immortal at all. Had to use both the Aegis and the BKB to survive that fight. The next one will only have BKB at the ready. So the potential does exist for them to be able to bring down the Drow. Yeah, a lot of the farm, like we did see, right, in these last, oh, I think, no, not the last fight, it was a while ago, that BHM using vacuum, once you got that illusion out of Luna, then the fight's over, right? That's the one thing that I must say Akashi's been doing quite well, positioning such that he's not giving away too many of these illusions. For the most part, we've been seeing the Shadow Demon forced to use the disruption as a saving mechanism, and Akashi's been trying to spend as much time positioned that he's far away from the wall as possible. I would not mind seeing a Hurricane Pike finished before the Daedalus, just to make sure that you have that defensive ability to push away from the illusion in the event that you find yourself stranded and isolated. Akashi now situated bottom. I think they leave this Luna behind. I don't know. Don't see people back yet, man. But I suppose it's more important to make sure that you don't lose a lane or Axia. I think they could have challenged for it, honestly. DK will just cop a stun early on. They're not really concerned about losing out on melee racks. Oh, nice Dream Coil onto 2 on the back of the fight. Eclipse already going. Jamesy pops BKB, but still losing a lot of HP here. Stampede is going to get used, and they do manage to get the quick kill onto the Shadow Demon. So that means no illusions. Wall plopped down as well, so they can't do anything in that direction. They have to back Signal. Yet again, Ground Zero able to hold here on the high ground. And Jamesy didn't back fast enough. No BKB ready. I think Jamesy's dead. Yeah, bye Jamesy. That was beyond greedy from the DK. Like, to actually stay by and try to finish a camp here, even if you do have this outpost, you have to know that the rest of your team is gone. They still have full 5. You don't have the Shadow Demon to save you. Darkseer is nowhere nearby to give you Iron Shell or Surge. Hell, even the ET had already crossed the river at the time that you end up dying. So I don't know what happened there with Jamesy, but ends up paying the price at the end of the day. Indeed, illusions can crit, yeah. During the TI playoffs or the TI qualifiers, I forgot who it was, but it was one of the C players. They were playing against Shadow Demon Darkseer, right? And what they started doing, they had a Manta style, and they were obviously like side pushing the waves with the Manta. Shadow Demon would counter this by just showing up to the lane that had the Manta illusion and taking it away with the disruption, getting his own illusions. And the counter play was the Luna player backpacking and or dropping all their items before using the Manta style, so that the illusions are technically as weak as possible. So then they didn't have any crits, they didn't have any bonus stats, but they can still obviously be extremely useful for pushing down waves with the illusion Moonglaves. I don't think such stratagem will be necessary in this particular game, but Akashi, for the most part, I'm actually been, like I said, I'm genuinely impressed by their positioning. It's only one, like, imagine playing a game as Shadow Demon 32 minutes in and you've only found one fight where illusions actually end up benefiting you in this game. I mean, Shadow Demon and Darkseer. Despite being favored by a lot of us, they are behind. Ooh, Signal, that's a huge mistake. An illusion pops by from the Centaur, and they break their smoke to try and take it out. We do see a jump from the Shadow Demon, pops the Blink Dagger forward to get close to Akashi, and they pop the Stampede though. Make sure that despite them being able to find the Demonic Purge, there's no way they can actually find this follow-up fight. Akashi should be able to TP out. BKB TP out, fam. What the hell? Too late now. Took too long. So the ET splitter did come out, and they end up losing the Luna as well as this Abaddon. I am very surprised by what we just saw here. That the BKB TP attempt didn't come sooner. Or just BKB and run north. Like, I feel like you either immediately, as soon as you see DK come forward, BKB TP, before you see the Echo Split or the Earth Splitter come out. Ground Zero just sort of lost their head there. And they now end up losing Luna. That is, yeah. Can't afford to die. I was mentioning it earlier when they defended this push that Luna can't afford to die. Nor can Kui. And neither of them have since. Kui is 5-0 and 7. That was, I believe, the 5th death for Luna. It has to be her last one. She cannot afford to die again. I mean, right now, honestly, I'm very surprised as well that Signal aren't taking advantage of this by Roshin. I mean, Rosh is up. Has a cheese and a shard to give away. Abat would, of course, love to have that. And they're at the Roshan. Dude, this is peculiar, to say the least. And, oh, word, now you all scout Rosh? It's too late now. Luna's about to respawn. So, they're still gonna go for it, though. They already should have it. This is not great from Signal. But they also have the damage to allow them to take it fairly quickly. Especially if Ground Zero do not respond with immediate effect, and they do not seem to have that sense of urgency about preventing this from going down, and thus it will for free. Aegis cheese, shard for the Draw Ranger, cheese I believe for the DK. Not just cheese for the DK, Aghanim Scepter is about to emerge for Jamesy, and having already acquired level 20. Oh, actually, I'm very surprised they didn't go for the bonus attack range when you're about to get the Black Dragon. I don't think you'll need that much bonus strength. But he has it. Gonna punch harder, survive longer. With the Black Dragon, be very difficult to kill. And the thing is, Ground Zero haven't necessarily given themselves an overwhelming advantage in other quarters of the map. They're not the ones that have taken a tier 3 tower. They're not the ones that have taken any of these Roshans. So since they're playing on the back foot, means that there's a lot more freedom for Jamesy playing on this DK. Also a lot more freedom for Abachia. Aegis and Toe yet again gonna come forth for this push. We'll get saved from the initiation from Kimizu thanks to the Shadow Demon disruption. They're committing a fair amount of resources to make sure that this Draw Ranger does not experience any real kind of damage here. Now, with them having to use some spells on Abat, it's Jamesy's turn. Let's go. Black Dragon on the high ground. Let's go. And Kimizu still jumps in with the stun. They maybe want to draw out the Shadow Demon disruption. Ideally, if they can force disruption onto Jamesy, that leaves Abat a little bit more vulnerable. Still though, tier 3 tower will eventually fall. They've also popped the fortification already, so they can't save this melee racks very easily. Bushwhack will be there to try and stall out Jamesy. Not gonna stall him out for long though. Backdoor protection is gonna be there. Sharpshooter shot only connects onto the Shadow Demon on the far side of the fight. They're coming back in. Erica blinked forward, but that's going to be a mistake. SD almost died here. Kimizu finds the hoof stop on the 2. They've not just killed the Shadow Demon. They also bring down the Aegis Life from the draw. Abat comes back. BKB active, trying to bring down Kui. First death of the game. Going to be huge. Bite back almost immediately. Jamesy trying to zone back the 2 supports on the side of the fight, but his BKB will expire and they'll be able to surround him and kill him. Going to be a double kill for Akashi, and now Abat's BKB is over. Abat doesn't have any bonus tools for defense. They're bringing in this Darkseer because they want the wall, but I don't think BHM has wall anymore. No, he doesn't. And will actually be forced to get brought down here. Akashi, did you see what the Luna did in the fight? Backed off as soon as he saw the Darkseer running towards him. Baits Darkseer closer. Darkseer takes the bait, chases in, gets brought down. And after a massive fight, Ground Zero have taken everybody important, put them in the grave, and now here they are pushing a tier 2. And because this is a Luna, that tier 2 is going to die very quickly. And they can't afford to let this tier 3 fall. They have to buy back on somebody. They buy back on Darkseer, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's 5v3. You need to buy back on a bot. Otherwise, you will lose a lane of racks right here. But even if you do buy back on a bot, it's still going to be 4v5. So they're going to decide not to. Darkseer bought back for nothing. And they're going to end up just straight up losing a lane of racks here. Bottom tier 3 Also slightly exposed, but with DK up in 10 seconds, 25 for draw. But even if they buy back on draw, you'll feel so bad. Buying back with only 20 seconds left on the clock, this is very good for ground zeros. But they do not want to play with fire. They take a lane of racks. They've succeeded in this endeavor. So they go back, take the outpost as well. Loki, you are correct. Everything that just happened here, what we just saw, is ultimately all because of this here Shadow Demon. Unfortunately, what ended up happening was that they were relying on Shadow Demon to use Disruption just on the Draw Ranger. And that was the idea, right? You saw as well, they were trying so hard to force the Disruption out onto the DK from ground zero. But the key mistake that ended up happening is that Shadow Demon blinked onto the high ground, thinking he'd be able to catch this puck here. And or Luna, whoever was on the high ground, but he wanted to find somebody. He realizes there's nobody to find, tries to back up. But in the backup, Draw Ranger is right here, trying to put damage into the base. And that gives the opportunity for ground zero to immediately pounce onto Shadow Demon. They know that if Shadow Demon is dead, the rest of the fight is really not that hard for them, especially with the strength of this Luna. See now, we will need to have a Stampede to try and get TMV out of trouble. Jump in. Okay, Kui backs out of the fight, looking for the Shadow Demon. They've now isolated Jamesy. Kui, what a player. Dream Coil on the 2. Now BHM in danger. Bushwhack towards a tree. Will be kept there. Echo Stomp will save him for now, but KCL still trying to get the chase going. No more easy tools for this though. Bushwhack up in 1 second. Will it land onto anybody? Not just yet. Hunter Boomerang thrown out onto Grims. It will give them the targeting they need to catch and kill the ET. Ground zeros. Signal Ultra were the ones that came aggressively for that maneuver into the GZ side of the base, or side of the map rather, and they're the ones that end up hard punished for that one. Jamesy struggling these last few engagements. Ironically enough, this game has gotten harder since picking up this Aghanim Scepter, and has died more often. Akashi in the base, has a base in their sights. Tier 2 taken. No buyback on DK. Can they defend this? Shadow Demon does have Aghanim Scepter, so this is pretty big. Having permanent Demonic Purge to be able to throw out onto Akashi. There's the first one. And they try to stampede away. DHM trying to run forward, doesn't have access to wall for another 7 seconds, so can't use it just yet. But the second Demonic Purge will prevent Akashi from getting away with the BKB. That being said, they jump back in, they kill the Shadow Demon yet again. Kimizu still alive. Draw Ranger with the multi-shot, can't kill just yet. KTL will die, but now Draw out of BKB, out of options, isolated and killed. Jamesy is able to get a kill onto a lot of these heroes. Look at the damage coming in from the DK right now. Jamesy got a double kill, ends up bringing down the Luna as well. Looking for more, looking for TMZ. And they get the huge pickup. The illusion of the Luna also finally gets itself involved. Darkseer with that illusion. All the right click damage from Jamesy. Though he died, yes, Abad did do his job early on in the engagement. And finally, Signal Ultra punchback. They save the final tier 3 tower from being taken away. That means that they will still have 2 healthy lanes of racks to protect. Also, I'm looking at this melee racks down bottom. Part of me is wondering why they didn't just come here instead. Good defense though from the side of Signal Ultra. Indeed, this Aghanim Scepter ended up being a game changer. The triple Demonic Purge onto Luna. Really difficult to deal with. Somebody on the team needs to buy Lincolns here. Let's go. How much is the gold swing there? So we're getting close towards 10k. Now we're only at 3 for GZ. I don't believe you can dispel the spell. Yeah. So Lotus Orb won't help you. I mean, it'll help as like a preemptive block, but you ultimately need to it can't land on Luna. If it lands on Luna, you failed in the fight. You need to be able to do something about that. They have the Lotus already on Kimizu, but Like I said, you can't dispel the damn thing. It's very annoying. We've been quietly having a really good game. 6-1 and 13. Dagon level 5 at the ready. And only now is the turn going to be coming towards getting a young Bloodstone for themselves. Does Flicker. I mean, it gets you away from the fight, but if you get purged, the issue with Demonic Purge, if you get Demonic Purge, you're Demonic Purged. That's why it's such a strong spell. Stampede used up right now. They want to try force a fight. They got the Dagon shot out onto the ET. It almost killed him. TMV will run afoul of the damage from JMZ. Borrow time will be there, but this is still a dangerous position to be in. Kimizu tries to buy space with the hoof stomp, jump forward, beautiful Shadow Demon Demonic Purge, and they have enough damage to kill the Abaddon. Dream Coil onto several heroes, no one's dead from their side just yet. Drag back with the vacuum onto the Centaur, and Centaur will die too. Kui, they trigger off the Aeon Disc. This is such a dangerous fight for the Puck. You're trying to at least kill Shadow Demon and succeeds in doing so. But my god, at what price, at what cost, as JMZ picks up the double kill, grabbing another off the Puck. No buyback available. Remember, Puck bought back in one of the previous fights, so it's still on cooldown, and it's a dieback. Look how long in the grave for, and not going to be available to prevent this Roche, which is going to give away an Aghanim Scepter. Do they give it? I feel like Grimm should take the Aghanim Scepter, but they might give it to a bot so that they at least have the Splinter Shot. The reason I would really have liked Grims to take it is I think they need slightly more frontline, but now they have an absurd amount of damage. Oh no, wait. They gave it to someone else. Who did they give it to? Top lane. They find this young KCL Hoodwink. Bye bye Hoodwink. Bye bye Hoodwink. Ah, they did. They do have it on Grims, but maybe they're waiting. I don't know, man. Everybody else in the game already has their axe. I don't think the Splinter Shot is that great, but there we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, man. More frontline for the team. Another hero that can soak up this damage. And now, after all these plays, though, Signal Ultra have a resounding gold lead. Here they come to take their first lane of racks. Buyback is on now for the Puck. But looks like GZ prepared to sack a lane of racks, but it's not just going to be one. They're coming for more. Signal Ultra going for the jugular here. They want the tier 4 towers. Buyback from the Puck. Forced out at this point. The question is, will Signal Ultra be forced out of the base? Thus far, they're looking very comfortable within it. Not looking to leave just yet. We will not vacate these premises until we've taken a second lane of racks. Taking the range racks middle. Do they get the melee? TMV, borrow time, not triggered. Kimivu finds two heroes with the hoof stomp, but at the same time, James also finds the stun onto Akashi, so no follow-up. Vacuum wall will be there. They've got the Luna Illusion. She's trying to man fight, but there's just too much damage. Chest out Dota will not work from Akashi. Forced to buy back almost instantly. Kimizu also brought back. Hoof stomp catches onto a bot. A bot though has Aegis, so the protection is available. Kui removes the Drow Ranger's Aegis, but she still comes back ready to fight. Damage going back towards Kimizu. Cannot afford to die again. This would be a dieback on the Centaur. Lotus Orb can't keep him alive, and TMV ends up dying as well on the far side of the fight. The damage from the bot turns into a double kill. And this Puck, she jumps to the far side of the fight, ends up dying anyway. A bot on a triple kill, looking for the Ultra with the multi-shot. One more right click would do the trick, not going to be necessary. Akashi trying to stop the fight, trying to keep this game afloat, but it's not going to be good enough. Ends up getting brought down. They really want to try and find the Rampage. Give the Rampage to our bot. There we go. And GG is called. Whew. Signal Ultra. Alrighty. 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 I think this is yet again one of these situations where the experience of the winning team and their caliber in terms of playing for a while together definitely shone through in this particular game. In defense of Ground Zeroes, right, they had a significant portion of this game where they were playing very well, right? You can see this, what the graph looks like. Except for the moments when they were almost being pushed into on their side of the map. I think they actually played this map for the most part better than Signal Ultra did. In particular, how they held on the high ground, how Akashi played positioning to avoid being disrupted, to avoid being caught inside the vacuum wall. And for that portion of the game, you can literally see where that portion ended. It was going so well. It was going great, right? And then after that one fight that went really south for them, it kind of felt like Ground Zero lost their minds. And consider where the fight happened, you can understand why that they sort of fell apart at the end. The fight ends up happening basically inside the Signal Ultra side of the map. While you're looking for your second lane of racks, that's when you end up in a very poor fight. Things go south, but more importantly, I think that's the first one, right? This one here. The big thing that ends up happening is that you lose Luna. Actually, we can actually see exactly the moment, because it was when the Aghanim Scepter came up. There we go. Game starts to turn at that point, and Ground Zeroes, more than just the game turning from Signal, they legitimately started playing worse. They became so desperate half the time to try and hunt down the Shadow Demon or hunt down this Darkseer that they would not necessarily use their spells all that well. Often we'd see Stampede committed to just try and jump Shadow Demon. We'd see the Puck in particular sort of tunnel visioning. Only Shadow Demon matters. I'm not going to try and get all my spells out on the rest of the lineup. And this Luna as well wasn't really able to, I think because Luna was no longer able to play positional Dota against the Shadow Demon and the Darkseer, because in their mind they're like, well, they've got Aghanim Scepter, I'm screwed, I have to try and get forward. Even when Shadow Demon wasn't there, Luna would still be rushing forward directly into things like the vacuum wall coming in from the Darkseer, which, yeah man, if you were playing Luna, can't be allowing those illusions to happen. I don't think it's something to overlook, the fact that the portion of the game where there were no Luna illusions on the map, Ground Zero seemed extremely dominant. And then the portion of the game where Signal Ultra was able to get some Luna illusions now, the game effectively just ends like minutes later. So, congratulations to Signal Ultra. Let's give out the points awarding and the allocations. Hey, Baroda! What's hood? What's going on? So Signal Ultra, they get game 1. They were given some help, but they still get it fair and square. So now the question is going to be for the side of Ground Zero, whether or not they've got what it takes to come back for game 2. It is a BO2 set, so a draw is possible, right? And you've lost your first game. This is your first series. You'd much rather walk away with a draw than defeat. However, Signal Ultra certainly want the W. So let's find out which one of these two teams will succeed in this endeavor as we go into game 2. In the meantime, while that game is being prepared for us, make sure that you are following the channel. Make sure that you are a follower and you're a chatter. Come say hi. Holla at us. Say what's up. Also, you can decide to follow the example of Johnny, who not just subscribed, not just came through with some bits, but also gifted somebody else a subscription. Shout out to Johnny, not just for the support for me, but the generosity for the community. Fam, really appreciate it. Be like Johnny. Do that. Or you can be like Lau right here and make a one-time donation, which also serves to make, firstly, this possible, but make things a lot easier for life to be lived. Don't have to worry about, will I survive the month? I just have to worry about when the next game of Dota 2 is. And of course, you can also become a patron on Patreon. The descriptions for all of that underneath the stream here on Twitch, so you can just check that out. Yet again, thank you so much for your support, for your help. And now, give your support towards Ground Zero if you want them to win, or to Signal Ultra if you want them to dominate. That's game number 2 of the series coming up in a flash. Don't go anywhere. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back. Game 2, Signal Ultra taking on the side of Ground Zeroes here in a BO2 group stage matchup for the PNXBET C Invitational. One of these two teams is in Game 2 going to walk away with either Signal getting their first win, Ground Zeroes copying their first loss, or a draw. Let's find out. Let's go. One of these two teams is, of course, going to find themselves... Well, actually, no, that's not true, right? Because as it stands right now in the group, there is a draw at the top of the group, right? So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Oh, no, wrong group. This was Group B, by the way. I was thinking of Group A. In Group B, I think, like, the only team that's won a game is SMG. They won 2-0, so... yeah, this actually has the potential to either put Signal in contention with SMG or to bring Ground Zeroes into the young draw, middle pack matchup. Viper gonna be the overall first pick for Signal Ultra as they have the second pick. We'll see what they get next. But the first overall pick in the game itself was this Mars. Mars. What's the combo? Do we have Mars Danquilo? Are we getting Mars Phoenix? Are we getting Mars Invoker? I really do like Mars Invoker myself, and I like Mars Danquilo, and I like Mars Phoenix. It'll depend a lot on where Signal Ultra decide to go with this draft. And this Viper, it being picked up early, we have been seeing more and more flexibility out of the Viper picks. So it's not obvious that there's heroes going into the mid lane. Could be the 5 position. In fact, now that they follow this up with a Centaur pick, does feel more and more likely to me that this is going to be a Viper 5. But they will see how the draft evolves. They've still got quite a bit of time to make that deliberation. Ground Zero now have to respond to this. One thing about having Viper Centaur is that Centaur can initiate for you to set up for Nether Toxin to easily be dropped down. And if you're playing support Viper, you drop Nether Toxin, you drop your ultimate. You're happy with the fights, everything's good. You can just leave afterwards. Feel good about your prospects. Interesting that GZ decided to go back for this Luna. I mean, Akashi did play really well on the Luna, no cap. It just didn't really come together towards the end of things. Now they're changing their off lane, but this was going to give them a bit more team fight as well. What did they all have off lane in the last game, by the way? I mean, I just saw this game. Like, it should be fresh in my mind. The consideration here as well for both teams is whether or not we're going to have a situation where yet again GZ gets ahead earlier and it's just really up to Signal Ultra to come back. I think with different heroes than in game 1 would have been much more difficult. And we see the ban on the Shadow Demon. There will not be any illusions spamming out here. Honestly, the main thing wasn't even the illusion from the vacuum wall or even the illusion from the disruption. The main thing they could not deal with was that demonic purge. Purge after purge after purge. It just got too much at the end of that game. Now there's better capability of this Luna being able to stand her ground in the middle of engagements. Keep fighting. We'll see how Signal Ultra decides to respond to this. I'm like 95% certain that's a support Viper, by the way. Like 95%, we'll see. Also like that Signal Ultra make sure to ban a Baton so that Luna doesn't have that backup. And given these two heroes of Mars Luna, banning Phoenix is also quite important. Not just to remove the huge combination of Mars Phoenix, massive spell combo there, but also to make sure that Luna does not have access to the Sunray. Luna, given any kind of heal from the background of the fight, makes her so much more dangerous because one of the big weaknesses of this hero is her fragility, and often she has to leave the fight or spend the time maneuvering in such a way, positioning in such a way where you're not just throwing out right clicks. I mean, consider one of the last fights we saw in game 1 where the Darkseer was heading in towards Luna and she had to spend maybe 2 seconds running away instead of just hitting him. And whenever you have heals behind the hero to prevent that from being a necessity, she just feels so crazy strong. Signal Probably going to see their 4 position now. So what will we have here? Personally, if I'm them, they have last pick, right? So you pick 4 position, you pick your 1 position, and then you'll decide where Viper goes at the end of the draft. And oh well, that's pretty clear where Viper goes now. They're not gonna just straight up pick the mid. They're like, well, why are we trying to hide where this Viper's going? We know what's up, they know what's up. You know what? Let's just make sure that we give the best possible matchup for our bot as possible. Give him the last pick. Although one peculiarity, I think one of the reasons why they make sure to pick Ember now, they haven't seen any of the supports from Ground Zero. And you would hate to be the team that reveals your entire support duo before you've even seen a single support from the opponent. Now you get to see this Lion. Okay. They won't be able to grab it for themselves. It is the kind of game where this Lion can have a pretty big impact. Any kind of Hex here or initial disable can set up quite well for the Mars follow-up, for bonus damage coming in from the Luna. This can go quite well for them. And just go ahead and grab Dogs here. Alright, cool. So they say, well, we still believe in having the Dogs here up against this Luna, so why not try it again? Let's go. We saw the impact BHM was able to have in game 1. Speaking of BHM, you know, I do feel in this game, yet again, you rush the Aghanim Scepter, but I'm not sure if you... I think you just go Axe Blink this game, right? I'm not sure if you need, like, the Hood of Defiance as early... but you're playing against Lion, but Lion's not going to be targeting you. It's fine, just build what you build, it's okay. GZ will come back in for the Invoker. Hey, so that's the combo. Mars Invoker, let's go. We saw in the previous game that Signal Ultra did last ban the Invoker against GZ. So now they will have to deal with Alacrity on the Luna. Now you're going to be having to deal with EMP Tornado in the middle of the fight. You're going to have to deal with Cataclysm eventually. And that's going to be an absurd amount of damage. In the previous game, as the game wore on, we did see that GZ was struggling to put the final punch into the fights. One of the reasons why the Puck ended up building that Dagon 5 to make sure that they have that additional burst. But with Invoker, provision for that damage will come from the spells. Won't have to build an item like the Dagon. Makes things a little bit easier. And you have the Lion as well this time around, so you have a massive amount of magical burst. The thing is, Signal Ultra... also, wait, I just thought about this, right? They have Centaur and Dogs here on the same team. Who's playing 4? Or is this going to be one of those games where Centaur goes safe lane? Chinese teams have done this before, Centaur safe lane. Around the time that we started seeing that safe lane axe emerge out of China, there were actually 3 strength heroes that were played fairly often in the safe lane. By fairly, I mean more than you would imagine. Centaur, Axe, and the DK. As time went on, we saw DK fall out of favor from being played in the safe lane, and it started just oscillating between mid and off lane, becoming primarily an off lane hero as time went on. The Centaur, it just stayed off lane. Like, the experiments, although they seem quite successful in China, didn't seem to permeate beyond those borders, and even then in China itself didn't permeate beyond like some other lower tier competitions that were being offered at the time. But this might be one of those games where they put the hero into the safe lane, have him tank up super hard, and be the one to just go forward into Luna. Ember Spirit can be the one that is the true 1 position of the game. GZ, last pick tree. Ooh, last pick tree. I mean, you are playing with Invoker, so this makes sense to me. Make sure that you can have as many setups for the Cataclysm as possible. You now have that further heal to be able to give to Luna. It's not amazing, the Living Armor heal, but it will prevent instances of damage from Signal Ultra that might allow Luna that little bit of an additional moment of escape or turnaround. Of course, if you look at the drop from Signal Ultra, their ability to push towers is crap, honestly, so Living Armor to heal those back up will be so useful. Last pick Slok, so Centaur 5 position, 4 position Viper. No, it's a four position on the Centaur. Viper's playing 5, we did discuss that earlier. BHM off lane, Slark safe lane, Ember Spirit middle. Let's draft 4 melee heroes here for Signal Ultra. 4 melee heroes into Mars, Luna, Invoker, Tree. Okay. That's some... Alright, cool. Cool. What do y'all think, huh? What do y'all think after seeing this last pick slog? Very peculiar draft, of course, from the side of Signal Ultra. Ironically enough, they did end up revealing their support duo before they knew what is happening from GZ. But of course, GZ didn't necessarily cotton on to that fact. Let's think. Definitely a very ballsy draft. But is it a good one? There's a lot they can put on the Ember Spirit. Flame Guard with Iron Shell, gonna make you so useful running into the fight. You still have Stampede as well as a way to get you out of the fight. The same applies to the Slark too. Slark having Iron Shell on him makes him such a huge threat going forward in the engagements, especially if you do still have access to the Shadow Dance and they can't deal with you at that point. That being said, there are some spells that can catch the Slark even inside the Shadow Dance. We have Tornado, we've got Deafening Blast, we've got Earth Spike, we've got Mars Spear, hell, we've got Shard Luna with the Lucent Beam. So I don't know. Signal Ultra, very interesting draft coming in from them on this one. I don't know if it's going to be good enough to work. GZ will have another opportunity with this Luna game. It looks like an even better Luna game. Let's see if they can make it happen. Game 2 underway. Let's rock. Certainly going to be an entertaining matchup this, I think. If you'd asked me, and yo, what heroes are we gonna see in this game, I would never have told you the heroes that are in the game right now, like from Signal side, but we're here. I mean, we have seen support Centaur before, right? It's not like it's an atypical hero to be put in this position, even though it's definitely fallen out of favor, primarily because of how useful this hero can be with just a few items. It means that this game, Blink Dagger is going to be heartily delayed, and even when he gets Blink Dagger, it won't be Blink with Vanguard plus Hood of Defiance. It'll just be Blink Dagger. That's it. No cap, no lie, I prefer the GZ draft, but Signal Ultra, honestly, I don't think Game 1 showed me that they're that much better than GZ. They're definitely a better team, but I'm not so sure if they're good enough or the gap between the two teams is large enough that I can ignore the fact that they've been drafted, in my opinion. I'm gonna go with GZ. I feel like this Signal game is not easy to play. Like, so many things have to go right for them. On the bright side though, they do have a very good Iron Shell partner for BHM. You put this on the Centaur. One of the reasons why we have in the past seen this hero being played in the 4 position is because of the utility he can provide in the laning phase by putting his body forward. Sadly, they did get the early D ward off of him attempting to block this camp, so it will not ultimately make a difference, and TMV will be able to pull back this wave, allow Luna to have an advantage of equilibrium. So here we are, we're now underway. Game 2. Do think, like I said, that GZ's got this one. Decent matchups all around, right? Top lane, we just saw there's a pretty good matchup for them. This mid lane, Kui has a decent matchup versus the Ember, but bottom, perhaps not the best, because Signal here have Viper with the Slark. If they ever catch Lion out of position, Lion dies every time. I think Lion was in the trees here, maybe a bit further forward than you would have preferred to be. But Kimizu is just happy they didn't kill him. So he's like, ah, it's all good, I don't care, it's fine. Not the easiest lane for Slark though, early on. So Grimdar's gonna have to do a lot of work here to ensure that Abad can find the space to be farming in this situation. Like many of the lanes versus Mars, lane not that great for the melee agi carry. But provided you keep a point into pounce, you shouldn't really die. Still though, Kimizu is going to have pretty much a free time down bottom. Which is good because they will need this Mars to be the one. Oh, might actually find a kill here. Spear is at the ready. Grims putting some damage back onto this Lion. Will not be able to help get a kill, but came in with the pounce. Man, they actually positioned really well on the side of GZ there. They actually might be able to find this follow-up kill. No spells available though. Kimizu is only level 2, so everything is only at the 1 point. Not going to be able to help bring down the slog, but they did apply a lot of pressure onto him. They would have loved that on the side of GZ if that was their first blood. KCL is going to be kicking himself what happened earlier. Nonetheless, good beginning to the game. And we're going to go back middle for a second. Jamesy can utilize these side camps in a way that Kui just simply cannot. And should be able to accelerate his own net worth. Oh, as I'm talking about this top lane. Centaur with the dogs here end up running down this tree, and it's Nature's Grasp unable to protect him. Was this double Iron Shell or just the one? Looks like it might have been double. Too much damage. Yep, double Iron Shell. Too much damage. TMV could not deal with it. Ends up losing his own life. Really does feel like right now the state of the game with just the sheer farming will definitely favor the side of GZ. Even with them being able to find these kills on opposite sides of the map. The thing is, their heroes are just gonna soak up this farm quite readily here. And given the draft that they have on the side of Signal, it's not the easiest thing in the world come the mid game for them to just rush headlong into these engagements. BHM Surge will certainly be useful to apply towards the Centaur in the interim period before Blink is available and potentially before level 6 is online for Centaur. Still though, their teamfight capabilities are going to be limited, which will allow GZ to continue to build on this early CS advantage they've gotten themselves thus far. Top BHM in some trouble. Surge away, he's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I love how KCL gets 2 courier kills like a boss. Oh, excuse me. That came out of nowhere. We're already starting to see the impact of this living armor. Kimizu might actually find this kill onto Grims, and indeed they do. Kimizu, will he die? What? Spear of Mars throws back a bot towards the tree. That was actually some really good play there from Kimizu. Could have died there and given away not just gold towards a bot, but an additional essence shift stack permanently. Not only does he not die, finishes some farm on the way out. Will now pop the salve. Everything is good, but this is not good. Top, why am I missing all these kills that are happening in this top lane? Luna ends up falling here. How did that happen? Luna and Tree? Alright, did they find like a 2-hero hoof stomp or something? And this is a Luna who's CS leader at this point, so BHM would have found a lot of gold picking up that kill in this early portion of the game. Luna will return and be able to like go right back to her farming ways, but they do not want to give a good game towards the stocks here. He does have a lot of items to buy in this game. I don't think it's just as simple as buying Ag's Blink as in the previous setup. But getting kills like that are what set you up for further success in this lane. Speaking of further success, Kui makes his first rotation down bottom, but they don't really want this Viper kill. Well, it's all they're gonna get because right now Kimizu does not have... Oh, they actually get the Hex. Do they have enough mana for the full arena here? They do not, but they get the Spear of Mars towards a tree. A bot is still gonna die. Arena does come out so that Kimizu can get the vision. Why did about go back in for that one? He knew they were going for the Viper. Had he like escaped immediately, there might have still been a chance for him to live. But ends up with just a very successful rotation for this Invoker. And that's what's required for the first big movement of the game. You need to be able to pick up some important kills. It does not help you to move and then only get a kill onto Viper. And Akashi, top lane, looking for a solo kill onto BHM, but might have overcommitted now. Gets vacuum walled into things with an illusion going. That was very bad from the Luna. That was very bad. Was fully aware that they still had the Centaur nearby so that they're going to be able to bounce off the Eclipse. At the same time though, Kui sticks around bottom. So when the Slark comes back, Slark dies again, and that was a Slark that TP'd out. So both core players, one gets caught out, one makes a huge mistake, both of them are dead. The difference is though that GZ will be able to push the tier 1 tower in the safe lane. They still have a siege wagon with this. And GZ not only will be able to defend their top tower, but TMZ is here with the living armor to make sure it gets healed right back up to full. So Ground Zero certainly in the more commanding position right now and happier with the trade on the map, despite the fact that Luna absolutely did not need to die there. Now that they have gotten that tower, more time to take over this part of the jungle. Akashi has a ward down for protection and will begin farming these trip camps, or these double camps, sorry. Can't go for the trip one because that would entail going up the hill and you don't have decent vision of that area right now. If they maybe get an observer ward down with KCL, maybe it makes things a little bit easier, but for now, not going to be the case. Side of Signal are aware that they want to try come top and force out this tier 2 before TMV is able to keep it fully topped up, fully healed up, prevent them from putting any harass on this. But they realize now that it's a little bit too late. And they'll say, well, what can we do about this? Just let it go, let it happen. The heroes do stick around though, but it's fairly difficult to do anything from this position. Arena committed now by the Mars just to make sure he can get a quick kill. Grims, this is actually a good kill to get because it's free easy gold, and once you've gotten this kill, there's no opportunity for them to keep that fight going. And while this was happening, you got the opportunity to reach bottom and find a kill onto Slark. How did Slark die there? There's no finger. No Eclipse used. I guess just caught in not the best position. And given the fact that the farm has been so good for Luna and not really that positive for the Slark, all we had at the time was a power trade, so not enough stats to help him survive that aggressive move. So GZ not only get that kill, Akashi gets to be staying in the farming area of the jungle and can still come back up the hill, farm this massive ancient stack that's been created for him. Just picked up the Mask of Madness, can begin process and progress towards having the D-Lance as well. And they just seem to be having a good game on the side of GZ. Jamesy did not emerge in the best position from the laning phase, but we didn't really expect him to. I thought he was going to be able to find more farm on the camps, but unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to effectively rotate on the map. So Kui used those effective rotations to just get more gold in that way. Now he has a full Spirit Vessel arriving. Will build the Hand of Midas and get bigger and bigger as time goes on. Kimizu in the top lane. They throw out the arena, but it's also revenge onto BHM as they get the Finger of Death kill directly onto him. The Centaur try to make sure that there's going to be another pickup here, but only ends up losing his own life. Kimizu bought time and space with that Arena of Blood. Kui comes in, helps to get the cleanup. There's going to be revenge though by Jamesy and Grims coming forth to bring down this lion. At the same time, the rest of Signal doesn't seem like they can get much on the map. About was trying to push out this bottom tower. Will not succeed in this endeavor. TMV still healing up the top tower. And yeah, sure, Jamesy is here with the Sea Dragon to try and mount this push, but when you think about heroes that push down towers exquisitely well, Ember Spirit, not the hero that comes to mind at first. We'll still try though. They're gonna attempt to force this one through. BHM also in the vicinity, and it looks like GZ finally will acquiesce to the tower being taken. They'll allow it to happen beyond the point where there's any real return on saving this. So TMV's job is just going to be to frustrate this process as much as he can with living armor. And frustrating indeed this has been, but Jamesy finally is able to remove it from play to get their first big tower on the map. At the same time as also Abad picks up an Echo Saber. They still need to work hard to make sure Abad stays alive. It's still going to be a while until the Slok feels like there's any real hope in fights. Top lane. Do you have a tornado from Kui? But Jamesy, I believe, will have a way to get out of here. Has a haste rune at the ready as well. Oh no, that was Stampede. Okay, that was just Stampede. That was just Stampede. I saw the movement speed coming in from the Remnants, but it's because of Stampede. I think the smoke did catch these heroes from GZ, so they should be prepared for this from the side of Signal. We do indeed see that the Centaur will go now to break the smoke. Will still end up losing his life, and this is going to be a decent kill for them to get. And at the same time though, Kui might be the revenge play in the opposite direction. He gets out, the arena saves him, and here comes the Eclipse coming in from Akashi. Will they be able to take down Jamesy? Yes they can. Kui helping out with that one, but Akashi also falling very low. Will give away a death over onto Abad. The Luna's down, and look at this, Jamesy was able to find the Invoker. Invoker didn't retreat. Kui on very low HP, still stuck around on the edges of the fight, so Jamesy just buys back. Remnants in immediately, able to clean up that Invoker kill, and not just clean up the kill, but get all the gold back that he committed on the buyback. Ends up making a hefty sum of profit afterwards. That was not the best fight from GZ. The first round, I think it's fine if just the Luna dies there and Ember Spirit buys back, but Kui, you should have run away, man. If this Invoker escaped that fight in one piece, it would have been such a huge win for GZ. As it stands though, it ends up not being the case, and Signal Ultra. Big winner of that fight is the Slok. Yeah, sure, Ember Spirit makes some money after the buyback, but Slok not only stayed alive throughout the entire fight, but affected the key heroes that died, so got some perma-agi in the process. And didn't find himself under any real threat himself, so that threat though might be incoming from the rest of GZ, who are smoked up in behind him. KCL reveals the Blink Dagger. They get him. They found the Slok. This is the perfect hero for them to pick up. Finger of Death Stack. Oh, what a Blink Dagger reveal. This is why you gotta rush Blink on Lion, y'all. This hero with Blink, the effectiveness just through the roof. I mean, they got a kill onto a Slok without even needing to bring in their mid or their safe laner. They didn't even need to commit the Sunstrike. I mean, it's only level 2 into the Exort Orbs right now, but GZ still happy. Oh, Spear of Mars. We see Kimitsu starting the fight potentially on the far side. Doesn't have Arena anymore, was already committed. And there was a Stampede that got used by Signal Ultra. The rest of GZ still concerned with trying to take the tier 1. Abad getting in will be able to find a kill onto Kimitsu. And they still haven't taken the tower itself. TMV gonna try and walk back to distract away the enemies towards him. And they do collapse directly onto the tree and they kill him. Yeah, they're gonna deny the tower middle. Doesn't seem like it. But the smoke was scouted, was seen. They keep Luna and Invoker alive from that fight in the mid lane. But must say, Kimitsu positioning here at the very beginning before rolling back to his team. By the time he gets back to his team, he's effectively on 0 HP. Can't actually contribute positively to that fight. Ends up paying a very big penalty because of it. GZ. I've noticed this as a trend across the series, where they often put themselves in very good positions. Oh, we'll talk about it in a second. Akashi got caught with a fake back. Tornado saves him for a second. There's going to be an Earth Spike on the 2. Akashi trying to stand his ground, trying to stay alive. Eclipse will come out, and Akashi is successfully standing ground. There's Tree and Protector, and there's going to be the Overgrowth. They try to get deeper to finish off the Luna, but they just could not. Leech Seed heal, living armor protection, and they jump in. 4 heroes attempting to kill Luna. Jamesy even coming up afterwards, but they just can't do it. Everybody dies. Luna's alive. Akashi. Mars, everything, every little iota of stats, lifesteal, and heal came in vogue in that fight. Needed the additional lifesteal from the Mask of Madness. Needed the regen from this Leech Seed. Needed this living armor for protection. And all of it together allows him to stand ground against 4 heroes even without BKB. That's why Akashi's skipping it. Buying Skadi straight. Being like, well, nothing's happened in this matchup to convince me that I need BKB just yet. I just need my team to have their eyes open. And they'll always be able to protect me. They're trying to force out this tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. After that particular fight, yeah, sure, Slog wasn't involved, so he got to be keeping his own farm up. And has, I believe, the full SNY right now with the Echo Saber. But the big thing from that engagement was that we're back in a similar situation as what we saw in Game 1, where Ground Zero, absent one hero, are commanding the net worth lead in this mid game. Provided they can get this Aghanim Scepter on Invoker without him dying more than twice in the run-up, as well as being able to finish off this BKB. Oh, hold that thought. Stampede. They found the lion in the trees here. KCL will just die, but being aided and abetted by his team in that particular act of murder. And that's going to give him yet another perma agi stack. I wonder. Can they deal with late game slog here? It's still possible, but it will be a challenge. Oh, TMZ, will he get past? Yes, he will. Oh, that's a bonus stack for Abat. Overgrowth will be there. Will TMZ be able to escape? Getting into the trees, trying to weave his way through it, and oh, just got into the trees in time. Whew. That tree walk coming in vogue at just the right time there. And TMV able to survive. Unfortunately, not such luck available for the Ember Spirit in the mid lane as Jamesy gets brought down. Him and BHM able to bring down KCL, but hashtag not worth. I don't know if they were trying to fight into Akashi, but it's a fight they lose. And remember, Jamesy earlier on had decided to buy back, so this is going to be a dieback. Ember Spirit in the grave for quite some time. Signal are able to, at the very least, take out the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. They don't lose any additional heroes on top of the Ember, but Ground Zero is certainly the team that is getting the bulk of the farm on the map right now. It's only really the Slog that seems quite favored. And mid lane, Stampede yet again. They're trying to get the escape with these two supports. Both of them are inside the arena. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Mars though, and also Abat jumping onto the Invoker. Doesn't have any reveal for Kui. And there's gonna come the dust though. Now they've maybe caught the Invoker. Oh, look at these dodges. Kui though, can he get himself away from this Deafening Blast to try and emerge away in safety, but not gonna be able to do so. There's no Force Staff, no Blink Dagger, no mobility available. And Invoker will end up getting brought down. Where was the tree? TMV should have been here already. There is definite potential to keep that Invoker alive there. Like one or two, a Nature's Grasp with a Leech Seed. Maybe, but now with the Invoker being dead, they're going to try and steal away this Roshan. Mars just came back alive. And they have a double damage rune as well on Abat. This is going by very, very quickly. Can they get here in time? It doesn't seem so. And they come in. Oh, Kimizu will at least be able to find a kill onto the Centaur, but they also get an Earth Spike onto Abat. Abat was trying to jump onto the other side of the fight to look for a kill onto Akashi. Finally gets off the Shadow Dance. Still trying to fight with the Luna. Aegis is in tow. They've lost now as well. The Grims on the other side of the fight. Huge vacuum wall coming in from PHM on the 3 heroes. Allows James to follow that up with the Slide of Fist, which does all the damage in the world and enables him to get a triple kill. Everybody else has to flee from GZ as Abat will return from the Aegis of the Immortal. Huge fight for Signal Ultra. And mostly created by BHM there. Kimizu, can he get away from this? 1 second until a blink. Blink gets disabled again. Jamesy, slide of fist, not going to be enough to find the kill just yet. 1 second, Kimizu gets away to safety. Abat still looking for him though. Stampede used up. Will he get speared back? No, he won't. I'm very surprised he turned around for Gojikuk rather than spear. I think if he'd speared right here, just as the pounce was coming in before the dark pack triggers, potentially he creates enough distance to stay alive. But ends up losing his life, unfortunately. Big stuff there from the side of Signal Ultra. Jamesy, Maelstrom, Slide of Fist. Does a lot of work in that fight, but it was all set up by BHM. They were also happy from the side of GZ that they were able to take out the Slok, that they weren't really paying attention to this Doxia. And indeed, as we discussed earlier, he did skip the pipe, went straight for Blink Axe. Centaur still found the blink as well. So they're getting so much done on the map right now. 1k gold lead claimed. And the thing is, Abat button to that. We're getting slowly but surely to that point where the Slok is really impossible for them to deal with on the side of GZ. Funnily enough, they will always have the potential to kill him 100 to 0, provided they can find him without Dark Pact. But certainly becomes harder and harder as the game goes better and better for Signal Ultra. This Luna desperately needs BKB. Invoker still trying to find Aghanim Scepter of his own. And speaking of BKB, Kimizu ends up activating his own one just to be able to escape away from a fight here on middle. And TMZ will be left behind. That's fine. Signal Ultra gladly take that kill, and despite not having access to the Aegis, are going to seek a way to bring down this tier 2 tower. Cliff does get popped by GZ to buy some space in the mid lane. They also have these Lunar Illusions top that are just continuing to push and push and push. They have to send a bot there, but now that they've sent the Slok top to defend, it means that they can no longer apply the siege towards the middle part of the map. They're gonna smoke up right now. They're all stacked up in the trees as if they're waiting for the tree to port in, and as soon as he does, they're gonna move out as a unit. Who's carrying the smoke? Nobody yet. Alright, there we go. Mars is the one that's holding it. Mars, swap it in, bro. Mars, bro. Oh, are they just waiting for a fight? Okay. Get a scan that connects flush into the dire jungle here. Spear back onto the Centaur. Centaur still gonna be alive. What? 5 heroes caught inside the vacuum wall. Trees already gone. Lions down. Cataclysm did throw out though and dealt a lot of damage to the dogs here. Jamesy also getting taken down because of the eclipse coming in from Akashi. They try to jump back with the Centaur right now, but he doesn't catch Queen. 4-star forward will allow him to find the double edge and get the kill. That was so sick from the Centaur. Loses his own life in the process, but definitely well worth it there. It's 3 for 3, but GZ have found 2 supports losing their lives on their side. TMV did buy back. However, Signal, they will lose 2 cores instead. Massive fight coming in there from the side of GZ, especially for Akashi. Being able to stand ground, get off the Eclipse, not be forced into a really bad position, despite the fact that they got a massive vacuum. 5 heroes inside that wall, but Arena, Cataclysm, allowed them to kill Doxia fairly early on in the fight. Yo, honestly, if Invoker does not have Aghanim Scepter right before that fight probably goes quite badly for the side of GZ. But that additional damage that came from the Cataclysm pretty much changed everything. Pretty massive fight, but a fight that's GZ will take heart in. Also, they need to be really worried about Jamesy. As much as there's a lot of damage that comes from this Ember Spirit, and whenever they're able to find the initiation in such a way that allows Jamesy to put in damage from afar, it does seem to be the case that he just has the easiest time possible. He does so much damage, he hurts so much.
But the moment they get any kind of beat on him from the side of GZ, suddenly he's always in trouble in these fights. He might need a BKB instead of the Aghanim Shard right here.
I know I can trust you guys.
Raz, I'm not sure GZ is throwing. That was a good fight from them. Given how bad it could have been, like, you don't every day find yourself suffering a 5-hero vacuum wall and still winning the fight. It's pretty legit from them. Finally have the unpause finish here. The way the map looks right now, GZ are still slightly on the back foot in terms of their ability and potential to fight, but they're primarily waiting. Well, not for the next fight, but they want their cooldowns to come back. They just got their next item from Akashi. But I think the main thing they're going to be waiting for is Roshan. Right now, the state of affairs is decent enough for them that they have a lot of farm available to pick up, right? Kui is able to use his Midas, farm up the top side of the map. They still have their triangle. They still have these portions of the Radiant jungle. And they're trying to take the tier 2 tower down bottom so they get access to more of the jungle and this outpost. Especially since their own tier 2 is very far from being taken away. Between the tree and these Forge Spirits pushing out the lane, they can make this top lane very difficult for Signal to actually play into. And Signal sort of realizes this, so they're trying to force out potentially this tower now, make a swap with the maneuver that GZ is making bottom. Because they understand, they can't let this tower go without getting the opposite one, because otherwise you just lose your outpost for free. And you're never really going to be able to take back this tower, because GZ will defend it with their lives every single time. So now is the time for this move. Great read on the game from the side of Signal Ultra. They're coming bottom to try potentially force back a defense here. And they get TMV. This isn't worth it, honestly. You're still gonna lose this tower. Like, now you actually have to play bottom. You can't really play on the top side of the map anymore. If you don't play around this bottom area, they're going to be able to push this in and kill it without too much difficulty. 500 HP with this draft is not really a big deal. Akashi forced to BKB, and he finds BHM. Oh, that force stuff. They're still going to end up losing the Centaur. Abat. I don't know about this one, my friend. They get the jump on the backside of the fight, but now Akashi, BKB is down. Akashi is vulnerable. Akashi's dead. Oh my god, Kimitsu also has already used the arena, so can't protect himself when his own BKB goes down. And when it does, he gets surrounded. Steering chains will be there. Jamesy able to close in and get that kill. Abat also no fear without these heroes being alive. Trying to find Kui, does not have any reveal. GZ. Alright, so it all starts with Akashi, right? Being in a very odd place compared to the rest of his team. He pops the BKB to try potentially use Eclipse to kill BHM, but doesn't actually escape the fight. So has no defensive tools for when Abat, who easily took down the Lion by himself, then suddenly turns his attention back towards this Luna. And we've been speaking about this Ember Spirit. Whenever Jamesy is able to dish out his damage from afar, not have to worry about being the one on the front lines, suddenly he looks obscenely dangerous. And that jump onto the back line off the Lion's been taken care of. Luna isolated. Kui only realized a little bit too late exactly the kind of trouble that his team was in, and by the time he tries to show up and throw in some additional chaos in the fight, it's a little bit too late. Oh, very questionable move from the Luna. Jareen! What's good, fam? How you doing? Well, Signal Ultra now, on the back of that fight, have themselves a 7k gold lead. But the scary thing is that now Abat is on top. You know how you know it's a very scary Slok game? When Slok doesn't feel the need to buy BKB, you're in trouble. Scotty, SNY, 12 Agi stacks stolen. Okay. Alright, that's cool. Just going straight into getting a Swift Blink. And they're finally going to come bottom and finish the job here from GZ. The question is, will they head back top to defend this tier 2? I feel like they should. You take outpost to go back. And they realize this on the side of Signal, so they're not even bothering to stick around to the top side of the map. Abat, ooh. Roshan, let's go. Aegis time, baby. They do find Grims, who will die to the Finger of Death. I would have preferred if they kept the Finger for one of the bigger targets, but they also get the Arena out onto BHM, who pops BKB to potentially come out on the fight. Abat looking for KCL as well. Vacuum into the middle of the river. They will be able to find that kill. Akashi pops the BKB, wants to turn around right now. That's BKB Eclipse, but it's only supports that have died on the side of Signal. They've isolated Kimizu, Searing Chains from Jamesy. They'll be able to chase the Mars down. They're looking for him, but they don't want to chase him up the hill. Instead, they'll take the easier target, rather focus onto TMV. Abat takes him out, and Jamesy not done just yet. Look at the deep jump, looking for the Mars. We'll be able to find him. That's no Mars available in this fight. Kui, beautiful tornado to zone back the Ember Spirit, but will get vacuumed onto the high ground, so the damage will still come in from Jamesy. Sleight of fist from the Remnant will be enough to kill the Invoker. Oh god, and Akashi, will Akashi die? Oh god, Akashi got remnanted, Akashi got rooted. Jamesy is just a boss in this game. Honestly, Jamesy is just going off right now. Aghanims, Shard, they have Roche alive, but they're like, well, do we really care about it right now since we have everybody dead that matters? And we're just going to be able to look for this tier 3 tower. Deep problems have emerged on the map. Abat is way too strong to stop. 20 stacks of Agi at this point. This is before even acquiring the Swift Blink. Once that happens, it kind of feels like there's no real opportunity for GZ to fight anymore. I must say though, Jamesy has just been on point. On point, on point. 9-4 and 16. Most of these last few engagements have been at the behest of this Ember Spirit. His movements in the fights, the prioritization of who to hit with the Searing Chains. Also, I'm not sure if all of you have been noticing, but he never had TPs in his inventory, and the reason why is because more than once in the fight, he'll use 2 or 3 remnants aggressively, right? And then be like, wait a second, I've got Aghanim Scepter, so what I'm gonna do, I'ma drop a remnant, I'ma go home, I'ma get me my mana, then I'ma come back, and then we'll see. Let's go. But he's been doing it so smoothly and not spending like 5 to 10 seconds back at base, maybe like 2 to 3, just to make sure he has enough mana for the next salvo of spells.
Well, that went bad quickly.
15k gold lead, and the thing is, GZ, they're past the point where they have the ability even to threaten the Signal as hard as they could earlier. BKB on BHM, Jamesy has Cheese, Abat has the Aegis. And the way that they get these kills from GZ, they want to jump in, burst one target and get out. And they're going to try now for this Ember Spirit on the back. Cataclysm will not connect, unfortunately. 2 heroes are caught inside the arena, but at the same time, Jamesy jumping in to try and find the support on the back line of the fight. Kui and Akashi also caught by BHM with a beautiful vacuum wall, and the Luna Illusion takes out the Invoker. Invoker will buy back. They end up getting the kill onto Jamesy though in the fight. At the same time, Kimizu gets taken out by abiding the Centaur of Eric. Turn around from this buyback. Will it be good? Centaur falling very low. Spirit Vessel has gone out. Mars buys back as well. And they've defended the base, and Abat just jumps back in to eviscerate the Lion. Looking for the Luna as well. We'll be able to find her. It's going to be another kill for the Slog. Godlike streak at this point. BHM somehow also staying alive throughout the entire engagement. And those Signal Ultra lost the Ember Spirit. It doesn't seem like they care about this. The strength of the Slug is all they need at this point. 24 stacks, 18 are Agi that are permanent. And they've got the tier 3. They're like, eh, we're 4v5. They've bought back on 3 different heroes. Actually, make that 4. Forgot about the Invoker buyback because Kui bought back very early on. was kind of forced into that uncomfortable position. Yeah, GZ, for some reason, like the positioning and targeting of these engagements has legitimately, across both games, it's very good in the early game, it's decent in the early mid game, very good in the mid game, and then starts to just look frankly bad as time goes on. We see now jump onto Kimizu, who's gonna die. I mean, the only thing that Kimizu was going to be able to achieve in that part of the map was maybe getting a bounty route, but feels like an overcommitment. Oh no, Quee's been dusted. He's been dusted. Can they kill him? Oh, yeah. Dude, Jamesy. Tip Jamesy. Tip James. There we go. Alright. That's some good stuff right there. Little did the Invoker know that I was also walking underneath an Observe Ward, so can't even juke to try and find that additional pockets of vision to hide within. Jamesy. Yo, Jamesy just went off. My god. Yo, shout out Jamesy, man. Shout out Jamesy. Look at Jamesy go. And BHM, another big vacuum in the base. GG's been called already. Signal will get themselves the 2-0. Good game. Good times. Oh, you couldn't bet on Signal. Oh, Tendo's out here. What's up, OG? Oof, that was oof. Pain and suffering, that matchup there. It could have gone better for Ground Zero. Jamesy, I mean, okay. Jamesy did go off, right? Had a very good game on the Ember Spirit. We did see the Slog also have a very good game himself, but I don't know, yo. It feels like Ground Zero. There were several points in this game where it sort of felt like last game where, okay, as long as we're using all our spells together in tandem, we shouldn't lose fights, actually. But what would happen is Eclipse would happen in a fight. After Eclipse has happened, there'd be an Overgrowth. After Overgrowth has happened, there'd be an Arena somewhere else. Then a Cataclysm somewhere else. But the idea is to be able to thread all these spells together into one huge cohesive unit and have all the damage show up from there. But when the circumstances look like this game and you're not really playing together, yeah, it doesn't really work. It doesn't really work. So that's going to be Signal getting the 2-0. Easy times for them. Not too difficult. This should have been a better game. This should have been a better game. I honestly think GZ should have won this one, but, you know, you don't take advantage of the opportunities. I think as well, they made the game a little bit too easy for the Centaur. In some measure, they thought about the Centaur too much. Every single time Centaur would show up in a fight, they would overcommit hard to make sure that there's no effectiveness from that hero. Sort of similar to what happened in game 1 with regards to the Shadow Demon. End of the day, it ends up kind of biting them in the ass. So they end up losing out. GG, well played. Signal Ultra will take the victory 2-0, and they are now tied with Team SMG at the top of their group. Good times. Now, speaking of SMG, I believe they have a game right now. I'm in the mood to cast a lot more, so let's go. Let's find this SMG game. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. But yeah, let's just give out the prediction outcomes. Congratulations, Signal. Damn, not even one of y'all bet for Ground Zero, really? Probably wise in retrospect, you know, you make the correct decision, but I'll just do a big camera for now. So this is going to be the last matchup of the day. After this, we'll be done, huh? You see, you even get a young bonus. You even get a young bonus. You didn't even come for this matchup, but you get a bonus for yourselves. I'm molding a little bit. And the reason I want to cast more is because I'm just like, honestly, they should have won that game. Yeah, didn't look good. Did not look great. Hold on, I'm actually wondering because there's a bit of a tournament later. How do I feel about this? How much do we care about SMG and Army Geniuses? No, we care a little bit. Personally, I hope SMG fails and flops as a team. There's various reasons, but let's just say some loyalty makes it impossible to really root for SMG. Well, they're gonna end up losing this fight here. Or not. What? Look at that heal. Mid one still got alive and stood standing for so long in that fight. Ends up dying, but my god, the damage that he put out before going. Gonna make this fight a lot easier for SMG. KP showing up to try and find cleanup duty here. They will not be able to do so though, because they end up losing Raji on the other side of the fight. KP still moving in the middle, looking to try and bring down these supports. Moon comes in, gets down the Dream Coil. They did find an additional kill after the Cold Embrace. Will not protect their Winter Wyvern forever. Yeah, I also don't like mid one. I really don't like mid one. I'm hoping that this team ends up losing like everything and then they disband soon. Just almost everything about Team SMG puts a bad taste in my mouth. On the bright side though, they didn't get to TI, so that's nice. We got the Pog gang of Death and the crew who went ahead instead, which was really cool. In this series though, and in this tournament, I think we also have to acknowledge that as much as we might not like Team SMG, they're probably going to do and perform quite well in all these smaller C tournaments that they're playing. This is a different one than PNXBET Invitational. This is Bix Invitationals. There's too many betting sites putting on tournaments right now. And what do the standings look like? Team SMG have won twice so far. They beat the Prime and then they beat Team Mystery. The game I'm really looking forward to is the game they play against Team D. Yeah, that one. Yeah, it would be. I'm very much looking forward to that Team D victory. It's gonna be good times. But yeah, I don't really care about SMG or Army Geniuses really. So I think let's call it a day for now. And then tomorrow we'll come back with like the full stack of planned games, huh? We have 3 BO3s tomorrow, or BO2s. I'll let you know what to be prepared for. You know, Ground Zeroes versus Army Geniuses, ironic. And then afterwards, Execration and Army Geniuses, and then Execration and Signal. That one's gonna be fun, but the one that's really gonna be fun, that's really hype, right, isn't tomorrow's games, it's the ones that happen the day after, right? So first is GXR and Neon, like that's happening on that day, which is gonna be amazing. And the day after that is just hype. GXR, Team D, Neon, and MTG. Plug that shit directly into my veins. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, and my NB comrades, I'm gonna close it up for now. We're gonna take it easy. This is the first day back after a tumultuous time. And we're out here. We succeeded. We survived the cost. We did the thing, and yeah, this is gonna be the beginning of the comeback. Thank you so much for spending this time with me, for chilling out with a homie. So much. I appreciate it. Also, not just for this time you spent, you know. Shout out for the support as well, you know. Johnny with the bits and the subscription and the gifting out of subscription. Details with the resubscribe. I mean, most people are resubscribing, which is kind of amazing, you know. There was that one massive bout where everyone was out here, but the fact that that's been continuing month after month, honestly really incredible. And yeah, can't put into words how much I appreciate that, and also how much of an actual material difference it's made to my life. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my god, actually without some I'm just thinking actually without a lot of the Twitch shit, I'd be screwed right now. But I'm not screwed because of y'all. Thanks so much. I'm also emotionally not screwed because y'all too. Y'all are out here. We're all chilling. We'll be back tomorrow. So, PNXBET done for today. I'm gonna continue tomorrow. Thanks so much everybody who has followed, who has been supporting. You've made the difference. I feel like I want to keep doing that and thanking y'all more than I just show, so that you know that my gratitude by far overwhelms my shillitude. I don't know if that's a word, but anyway, thanks y'all. Everybody have a good day. Drink some water, take walks, let the people in your life know that you love them, and let yourself know that you love yourself as much as you can. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Mwah.